Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to those who are connecting from America, all those places where it's an afternoon to you. Good afternoon to those people out there, and a good morning to those who are in Asia, and a good evening to those who are in Africa and other parts of the world. Uh, uh, Most part of Africa, it's an evening right now. So, my name is Ezra. I'll be your host for tonight. And as you know, on Fridays, it's the weekly recap. And we'll be just going through different things that happened in the course of this week, different streams, different topics that were discussed. If you want to come in and share your thoughts, if there's other stuff that maybe was not covered, then you're more than welcome to join and speak about anything. Normally on a Friday like this, we're doing recaps, and it'll be really nice to hear from all of you, family. And yeah, it's a Friday. Normally, most people don't want to talk about politics on a Friday. They want to just have a chilled weekend. They've had hectic week. Most people are working or they've been working very hard. Those who don't work over the weekends, it's time to kind of like reset and just think about your family, think of your life, and enjoy your weekend. So, and to those who have businesses, especially those who are full-time entrepreneurs, those who are doing business Monday to Sunday, who have no time to rest. I know it's something else for those people, and respect that. And may God bless your businesses, family. For those who are doing business and those who are in different careers as well, my prayer is for all Africans and most people and everyone. I mean, to really prosper in whatever they're doing. And I hope that will really, whatever you are doing, whether it's school, whether it's business, whether it's your career, anything that you are busy with, or it's you are volunteering, you are doing NGO work, man, may those whatever you're doing may it prosper. That's my wish for those who are connecting with us every time, to really prosper in whatever they're doing. And it will really be for us as Africans, we all need that. We need to prosper wherever we are. Whether you're in a diaspora, we need to prosper. Whether you're in the continent, you need to prosper. Whether in Asia, in Europe, may everything that you touch, I mean, prosper. May it be fruitful. May you multiply in whatever you're doing. Your ideas, may they increase. If you're lacking any creativity, may more creativity come, for whatever you want to do. And I know for many people, they don't really want to talk so much, but it's a Friday, family, and I'm not going to be here talking and discussing a lot of things. But you welcome. And if you've just joined us, please subscribe to our channel and be part of the movement. Be part of the movement. We've got 2 channels, by the way, for those who are new, even those who know but who have not yet subscribed. We've got 2 channels where we go live. One channel is called One Africa. That's our sister channel to Swahili Nation Network. We're live there right now as we speak. If you've not subscribed to that channel, go and subscribe. Please, family, go and subscribe to that channel. Let's get the numbers growing in that channel. And it's not a new channel for those who might be thinking it's a new channel. That channel has been there. It's just we're not loading a lot of things before, but that channel has been active for the most part. So now we are pushing that channel to really be part of the growth that we all need. And so yeah, please go and subscribe to that channel. It's called One Africa. It's called One Africa on YouTube. But I will share something just now. But before we do a lot of things, I think we should really start with prayer as a norm, as something that we normally do. So I'm just going to start with prayer. Thank you, Abba Father. Thank you for this night that you've blessed us with. Thank you for keeping us safe in this week. Thank you that we can meet again as brothers and sisters from all over the world. I thank you, Abba Father. As we are about to start, we pray for your wisdom. We pray for your peace. We pray for your wisdom, Lord, to be upon all of us. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Thank you, family. Wow. I don't know where to start. Where do we start today? Where do we start? Where do we start? Oh, I think I was just discussing the issue of the One Africa channel. Um, I'm just going to share the link, the YouTube link for the One Africa channel. Please go and subscribe to this channel. It's called One Africa. That's the one showing there on your screen. Please subscribe to this channel. Let's make sure that by the end of this month, at least we can get 2,000 subscribers. Let's push those numbers. Let's make sure that we subscribe to it. If you subscribe to Swahili Nation, also subscribe to One Africa. You know, it's not anything new. We're just expanding as a family and expanding as a network. So go and subscribe to that channel as well. Make sure that you subscribe, you tune in. You can also watch the live stream here on Swahili Nation and also on One Africa. So when we go live on the two platforms on YouTube, One Africa channel and Swahili Nation channel. So go and subscribe. And if you're new on this channel, on this platform, you just join us, go and please subscribe to this channel as well. It's called Swahili Nation. So yeah, family. So go and subscribe to these two channels and like every stream that we load. Like before you do anything, if you're a subscriber, just click on the subscribe button. I mean, the like button, and turn on the notification icon. So we are live every night, 9 p.m. East African time or 8 p.m. Central African time. So please join us every night. Different hosts, different topics that we cover. Join all of us. Join the streams. Do not say, I'm not going to join this one. I love this one. Okay, still preference, whatever you decide to do, but support the channel, watch, and learn something. You know, you might not like everything that you see, but make sure that you like the channel, and make sure that you subscribe, and make sure that you participate. You know, your comments really mean a lot, family. So if there's anything that you want to say, if you cannot come live on the streams, you can do you can drop your comment there and say your point or your view. I mean, we'll gladly have time to do that. So yeah, let's do that, family. So like, subscribe. Before you do anything, always whenever you see a stream and a new video that we upload, go and click the like. Just like, you know, and then watch later or watch at that moment. So let's make sure that we support one another and we support African movements. We support African media platforms that are out. Please, let's make sure that we subscribe, and not just in Africa. We've got a lot of our brothers who are in the diaspora. Subscribe to their channels as well, support them, and make sure that we all grow as a family and no one gets left behind. So let's do that. Let's do that. And it's very nice to always have different views, different topics, different conversations. It just brings balance, because you might love politics. Other people do not love the politics. Other people might love African affairs. Others might not love that. They might be into entertainment and other things. But just have a balanced view of things in life. Do not just be glued into one type of thing. If you love music, you love entertainment, the arts and stuff, support those channels, but at the same time, balance it with some of the stuff that we also upload, like whether it's in politics, the live stream, whether it's African traditions. I see Tenzen she's here already. Hi, Tenzen. So let's do that, family. Let's make sure that we subscribe, and let's make sure that we balance our stuff. Sometimes it's not about you agreeing to everything, but also sometimes learning about other things and how people process things, how people think, and how people do things, you know. So always expand your mind, you know, make sure that you open-minded to learn. As much as you can do anything, you can have different things. Make sure that you are learning at all times. Make sure that you're learning. They say once a man stops learning, he's as good as dead. So let's make sure that we bring life. You know, life comes in different forms. It's not just about breathing only, but what stimulates your mind, what stimulates your soul, what stimulates your body. So balance all those things. Balance those things, you know. So there's always different topics, different conversations. Every day we're going live, and we still upload His Excellency Mika still upload some videos now and then. So please watch those videos as well. So yeah. And what else? What else? Oh, I just wanted to go back to this channel. One Africa, One Africa, One Africa. Please subscribe to this channel. Um, uh, if you support Swahili Nation, you support One Africa channel. So go and subscribe to this channel. I'll give you a sec. I'll give you a few. It doesn't even take, 20 seconds. 10 seconds, you'll be done. You'll have like, subscribe, turn on the notification icon, and then you can come back or even watch there on One Africa YouTube channel, or you can come back to Swahili Nation. So you have now options on what to watch. And not forgetting that we do have a Facebook page. So also on the Facebook, go if you're a Facebook person, you love being on Facebook platform. So whenever we go live, go and watch the streams on Swahili Nation on Facebook. There's the channel there that you need to like that page and watch whenever we drop anything or we go live. So currently we live on 3 platforms: YouTube, Swahili Nation, One Africa on YouTube, Swahili Nation on Facebook, Swahili Nation on YouTube. So 3 platforms that we currently live on. Choose any platform that you feel more comfortable or that you want to support, but be with the family. Do not get left behind. And how's your week been, family? I know this is the weekly recap. How's your week? Are you guys coping? Are you guys winning in whatever project that you are in, your business? Are you achieving what that you plan to do in this year? We're already halfway there. It's May right now, so I'm sure every person, there's things they want to achieve in this year, and there are things that they want to make sure that they complete. So what have you been? Are you working towards your goals? Are you giving up? Are you discouraged? Do not get discouraged. Even if you get discouraged, always find something that will always give you positive energy in your circle, in whatever you're doing, So yeah, family. And again, if you've got things that you feel that needs, maybe you need prayers, you need whatever, you can speak to some of us. Family, what have you been up to? Maybe enough about talking so much. And again, family, I've been doing a plea. I've asked that I want to start a show. I want to have another show besides the weekly recap. I want to make sure that the weekly recap becomes a short, maybe 30 minutes. Then we out, announcements, suggestions. And please, if there's any suggestions about the channels, the streams, things that you are noticing that maybe it's sound, it's visuals, be it the video content, maybe errors that we might have uploaded something and there's a lot of misinformation, please notify us so that we can also rectify our mistakes and get better. We're all learning in this thing, so do not do not shy away from telling us if we've maybe said something that is incorrect. Correct us. We are open for corrections, and we are open to learning. If you've got suggestions, you've got something that that can help our channel, get in touch with us, and be part of the movement and help us and teach us. So sometimes not all about subscribing and just having numbers behind you, but it's about community, building a community. YouTube was built for community, or whatever platform. All these platforms that we are using is for community. We need to be a community that is growing together. It doesn't make sense for us to have X number of numbers, but they're not moving with us or they're not growing with us, So always make sure that if there's anything that you need to contribute. You don't have to come and be like me here, but contribute if there's anything that you feel, oh, this is wrong, guys. This is the correct way of doing this. This is the way. We are open for suggestion. We are open to learning. So, and I know there's a lot of smart people out there, people who are good in production, people who are good in different things. different topics that we might cover, that we might need subject matter experts on them. Come and join us. Do not hold information, criticize us from a distance instead of you coming and correcting us and putting us on the right path. So that's the best thing you can do in life, is sometimes meeting people and showing them the correct way. Just sometimes just a suggestion. You don't have to enforce, because I know some people, when you correct them, they might take offense. But we're not gonna be like, very saying this is how we do it, no other way. But we are willing to learn from you, and I hope you also will learn from us. So if there's any suggestions, any content that we are doing that you feel you want to be part of, that you think you can come and share with us, you've got an app, you've got an idea, you've got a research, you've got whatever, come and be part of the knowledge sharing society that is us here, Swahili Nation, or as One Africa. We about that. So as I always say, each one teach one. Each one teach one. We all have something that we all have different gifts that God has placed in our hearts, in our lives, that we are good at. And those talents are not just for you to be in the corner and shining alone in that corner, but it's for you to share with the world so that the world can move forward. All the great ideas that we are enjoying here, like all these platforms, YouTube, even Swahili Nation, God had to place something in His Excellency Mika for him to take a stand and share with the world like this. So if you've got anything that you feel that you want to share with the world, do not hold back. Do not hold back. Regardless of you saying, I'm camera shy, I can't speak properly. We don't want perfect speakers here all the time. We need people that are genuine, that are real, that are in society, because you are part of society. It's not all about speaking with whatever tone, whatever voice, how you present yourself all the time. But we also need the real people that are out there in society, that are real, that are living their life, not living, how do I even say this? We're not putting a front just to play a part. We need people that are real in society, that we know we can relate to on a day-to-day. And that those people are you, our viewers. Those people are you at home. Those are the people that are real. Those are people that are in society that we meet every day, wherever we are. So we need you, family. We need each other. So do not hold your talents because you say you don't speak well, you don't speak English, you don't, all the excuses that you think of. I call them excuses. We need your knowledge here. You need to share with the world your knowledge. And it doesn't matter how small it is. Doesn't matter if there's nothing as small. Don't say my idea is small. No, I come from a society that's not known. I come from a family that's like this and that. You've got something special that God has placed in you. Please come and share with us. We need those knowledge, and the world needs it. It's not just us. It's not about us consuming, but there's somebody who might just get motivated by you being real. Somebody they can relate to. So come on, family. We need that. We need citizens in Africa that are going to participate in building this continent or building any society all over the world, whether in the Caribbean, whether in the US, whether in the UK, France, wherever, Europe, wherever. As a society, we need to share with one another. The world is waiting for us. And some ideas, you think it's small, but that idea can change the world. Look at how many people that have created big platforms today. Most of them did not even believe that they'll be this big, but they took that chance to say, I've got this idea, I'm going to put it out there. And you find that whatever you're putting out there, society needs it, and society can use that idea. So let's not hide our plans. Let's not hide our ideas. Let's not hide the knowledge that we have in us. Whatever you feel that you have, come and share with the world. If you've got an app, if you've got a business, man, why do I keep on saying apps? But yeah, if you've got any idea, it doesn't have to be anything that's trending, but just come with the way you are. If you're a painter, we want to listen to you. We want to hear the artist. And I think the arts sometimes it's people tend to focus on music, tend to focus on the art, the drama and other things. But this arts as a whole, it's very broad and very big. So we need painters, we need sculptors, we need everybody in society, because society is made up of so many things. It's not just made of doctors only. It's not just made of academics only. It's not just made of people who are in tech. It's not just engineers, lawyers. No, there's more to society, and we need everybody. That's why some societies are unequal, because of only few people being utilized in their country. But not everyone is utilized. They're utilizing their skills in society. So we need everybody to play a role. We all need to play our part, and we need to make sure that we give one another the space to all shine, you know? It's not about this one being popular than this one. We all need our space, because we can all learn from each and every person. And it's not about agreeing to somebody else. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with any host or anybody in society. But sometimes it's just to see where they're coming from. It's just about learning where they're coming from, you know? And oh man, I can speak a lot about this, but it's something that was placed in my heart to just share. You know, the Lord just placed that in my heart to just motivate people to really believe in whatever they're doing, believe in everything. And education is not just the formal education. It's not just about the academic stream that you are. I mean, that doesn't mean you're way intelligent than everybody. Just because you've got a degree does not make you better than other people. Yes, it gives you a certain knowledge that you have. Yes, we need that. But there's other things, other people who are coming to society that have so much to contribute. And we need those people to come into the front so that people can know and see and get inspired by those people. If we are to build a strong Africa, we all need to hold, we need to we all need to play our role. We need to be active in our societies, or else we'll just be talking about African potential all the time, and we'll never reach that African potential. It will remain a dream. So we need to be a generation that's willing and ready to have a role. You know, other generations have done other great things. What are we doing as a generation? Are we just doing the tech stuff? That's the innovation that we bring to the world, and that's it? And then we die and we leave? No, we need to make sure that as a society we build something for the upcoming generation to also enjoy, to say, oh, Generation X did this, Generation Y did this, Generation Z did this. We all need to do something. So, but hey, man, I don't know what to say, but yeah. I see Sam. Sam says, I will reveal the language app on Sunday, 100%. Wow. That will be really nice. I think Tenzin might be here, or Mwenda Tezi, but I think Tenzin will be here on Sunday. I see Mariette. Oh, hi guys. Hi. I see Pi. I see Marie Antoinette. Sam, as I said, Marit. Wow, Tenzin. No, thank you, family, for always being here. And I don't feel alone when I see some familiar faces and people being active and talking, you know. And I see Marit says, how was your week? My week was busy. That's why you didn't even see me on any of the streams this week. It wasn't really busy that I could not join, but I had other commitments that I needed to attend to. But in spirit, I was there, and I wanted to be with the family and be with the guys. But I've been busy this week. I've had other commitments, as I said. Honestly, I didn't really watch most of it. I just watched the beginning of the shows, and then I had to attend to other things, and yeah, and be somewhere. And I see Tenzin. Welcome.
Yes, I cannot let you speak alone.
Yeah, you know.
I have a feeling you know how I struggled last week and I was trying to do it on my own. You're an expert. You have no problem.
Now you'll get there, Tenzin. Very soon you'll be like everything will just, you know.
Yes.
I think it's like, what is the model that I think we use? It's like how an eagle teaches its I don't know whether to say babies to fly.
Yes,
But you
someone
know
said
that
I'm the baby of SNN, so I'll take it for now.
you
Yeah.
know so we put you there. I mean, in terms of you saying you struggled at Tenzin, I must say sometimes the best way is to be put into the fire. That's where survival comes in. That's where you start finding even strengths that you never thought you had. I mean, I think you hold it down really nicely. And I think I liked your show again this week. It was really interesting. I didn't watch the whole show, but in the beginning I was paying attention. I wasn't really paying fully, but I was playing the audio. I was listening via the on the side, the audio, doing something. But I must say, from the interaction that you guys had, I really enjoyed your show. And by the way, Tenzan, she's our host for the African heritage, the African traditions, right?
Mhm.
Every Tuesday, 9 p.m. East African time. But Tenzan, you can explain your show. I mean, I don't need to be explaining while you are here.
No, 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 you got it. You got it.
The
That's it
recap, you
exactly.
can take over.
And I do appreciate, the people who are there because, I wouldn't have been able to do it without them. And they were really supportive and they stayed around even when, I was floundering. So I really support. Oh, BJ is here. Yes. So we had BJ and she joined me eventually after I'd figured things out. So thanks for that.
Wow.
Thanks for that, BJ. I hope you can join us again today. And Pi was there, Sam as always, Marie Antoinette. So yeah, we had a good stream. We had a good group, and as always, so it was an interesting show. Yeah. So we just today we're just chilling, we're just talking. So it's a good day.
Yeah, Tenzin, I must say it's been a journey, and the growth is, I can see the growth. I mean, I was watching the numbers as well. The growth is, I mean, people are catching the fire. And I must say another thing is BJ Riggs, really a lot of points that I've been listening to her talking and stuff. And like, man, like all the shows, like normally I just if I'm busy, I probably engage just to hear the intro, what's happening and stuff. But I do check and leave the show sometimes playing, so that at least I can just point out some of the things. Another thing was that I wanted to raise. Oh yeah, I was talking about the issue of the eagle. How sometimes even any animal, you get raised. Even parents, us as human beings. I mean, your parents raise you. As a child, they raise you. You become a teenager, and then from a teenager, you become a young adult, and they somehow slowly start pushing you away to like start doing you now, start building yourself. We're all growing
Mhm.
to become independent, to become, and every parent, I believe that they will want their kids, especially us as Africans, that we want our kids to build something in society, something positive in society. And with all the African your show especially, it engages a lot about marriage, things that are there on a day-to-day basis that we encounter as a family or as families of the world. So I must say that your show, I'm loving it because it's really a very realistic, you're discussing really day-to-day issues, things that people can really relate to.
Yeah, we're trying to see the treasures we had, the traditions we had, and how we can apply it, how they are relevant, or how we can make them useful for today's society and in our personal lives too. Like I always say, the family is the unit. So we have to start from somewhere. We have to start with ourselves. We have to start with, our relationships to each other. We have to start with how we raise our children and how we relate to each other as a community. So it was a really good show, and we still have a lot to examine. You know, it's not conclusive. Everybody comes and speaks, and we don't always agree. But I think that just sharing ideas also opens up our minds to different perspectives. You know, sometimes you might think one way, but somebody might say a different way, and you're like, oh, I didn't think of that before. So, you know, it was an interesting one. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the next one. I don't know how we're going to do it just yet. I don't know if we're going to switch up with Mondatezi, or it will be interesting to hear him, you know, have his take, because he always has a very interesting perspective. So yes.
The advocate.
Yes, the advocate. Yeah, I enjoy his show too. Everybody's show was good. This week I didn't really get a chance to be on everybody's, but I always try to get in just a little bit and say hello and all that. So I was listening to both Professor Ezra's and Dr. Benezer's show. He had a very good interview with I think it was an educator, and they really delve deep into the state of education, you know, how we can apply it to you know, to life, how we can re-Africanize education, and how we can use it to benefit us as a people, not just a way of you know, theorizing it or just teaching abstract situations, but actually making it relevant and practical for us as a people. So if you guys haven't seen that, of which you should have, but you go check it out. It was a really good one as well. So yeah. And Professor Ezra had also, you know, did his education one, and he had an excellent paper that he wrote on the article. He actually has a blog. I went through it a little bit, and very interesting articles on it. So if you ever want some reading materials, go check out the website. I think it's called Education One Africa. I can't remember, but it's something like that. But he has a blog, and he writes a lot about education, about, you know, tradition Africa. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was an enlightening week. Mm. You're muted.
I'm muted now
Oh,
because
now you're unmuted.
I
No,
only
you're going back
realized
to
after
mute.
saying that I'm muted. So yeah, I mean, our family, as you already, Tanzania has already said, go watch those streams, and every day, as I said, we are having a live stream tomorrow night, 9 p.m. East African time. Biggie with this diaspora talk. Join him. Different topic, different conversations there. And every Sunday, 9 p.m. East African time or 8 p.m. Central African time, when the Tezi, the hidden hand, please support the advocate. Yeah, I'm just giving him a name just on the spot. The advocate. And Mondays, as you know, normally His Excellency Mika comes in with different conversations, and he can even different things. So just stay tuned. Every day we do have a live stream,
Did you come
9
up with a name
p.m.
for yours?
Not yet. I'm still looking for names, by the way. Please, family, give me some names. Give me some suggestions. Suggestions of names. Yeah, I asked for a suggestion of names because I wanna do a proper thing, a proper show. So I'm just looking for a name and the focus as well. I mean, a name and what other things that we can really talk about on that name. You know, the name that goes with the show. You know, obviously it has to have a meaning. You cannot just put a funny name and then we talk about something totally off topic or off the subject. You know, so let's give us a name that we can have a show on a Friday, a proper show where we can really. But I'll prefer, for me, preferably will be. I think there's so much learning during the week. Friday, I want to just stimulate your mind more in other things. You know, uh, I don't want to have like those hard talk on a Friday. Some people will like no, I don't want to make sure. I don't want people sleeping on their couches on a Friday. You know, I want people to relax, maybe having a glass of coffee. I mean, glass of drink, whatever you're having, on a Friday.
A glass of
We all
coffee and a
definitely,
bottle.
a bottle of something, coffee, tea, juice, whatever they call it, whatever you
Floats your
enjoy,
boat.
Yeah. Or you're cooking. I know Jonathan loves doing barbecues on Fridays. Yeah, maybe some people want to have barbecue. They want to have
If we ever get
something to eat.
together, Jonathan will be doing the cooking and Sam will be doing the cleaning. And Sam might just be cleaning some clean dishes.
Those people who are very clean, yeah. There's those people who are very clean in their homes. You never spot anything. They forever clean, organized everywhere. So yeah,
Yes.
it'll be nice, Tenzin, to have maybe a show that we obviously, as I said, names and just suggest like what should we focus on using. I mean, you propose a name and what the focus should be on. Like what we need to be focusing on more, and But for me, as I say, I'll prefer crazy Friday, chaos if needs be. Good chaos though. I'm not saying people should be swearing in the show and but nice chaos, like things like that, where
Yeah.
people can be relaxed and speak their minds, and have yeah, that's basically what I'm looking for. But come up with the names, suggestions, and even if it's out of what I'm talking about, whatever you think we should be focusing on that we've not been covering a lot on other shows, let's do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Friday, it's a day when you're tired at the end of the week. Well, it depends on where you are. Some people are still at work. Some people like Pi, they've already gone into their Saturdays, so they're already relaxed. So, has he ever come on? Should we start putting pressure on him too? Because we've been on Sam for a long time, and maybe we should start, equalizing the pressure on other people too. But yeah, Pi apparently they're ahead of the world, so he's already in his Saturday, while the rest of
Exactly.
us are still lagging behind. But yeah, for most people, Fridays is just you feel you've deserved, you've worked hard the whole week, so now you can just sit back and relax and just enjoy the show. So it's an easy Friday, I'm easy like, oh no, that's Sunday mornings. Well, you can still be easy like Friday evenings
you know
instead of Sunday mornings. Yeah. And we can talk about what people are going through too. Sometimes somebody may have had a difficult week. Maybe your boss has just been hounding you and trying to make you work harder, and now you're just finally looking forward to a weekend where you can just sit back and relax. Or what do people do on the weekends? How do people just get down? Do you guys go for crazy activities like hiking and mountain climbing that was supposed to be on the calendar, or do you just lay back and then sleep in until 2 o'clock in the afternoon? How do people use their free time? Because people always complain, oh, I don't have time. And then when they do get time, what do you do with your time? How do you make your time useful? How do you make your time productive? What do you do with that time when it's just yours? Yeah, so that's also something to think about when you have complete independence about what to do. Well, what would you do if you had all the time in the world? If you had like let's say a whole month where you didn't have to do anything, it's just you deciding, how would you put that time to use? Because sometimes we complain, but then when we're given the chance, then it's like, oh, okay, what do we do now? Like money. Oh, we don't have money. We don't have money. Always broke. But if a lot of people are given money like lottery winners, a lot of them, they end up just using that money very carelessly, or they just, throw it away, or or they just go crazy. If you're not used to a whole lot of things and suddenly now you are a millionaire, you don't know what to do with that money. You don't know. You just go buy all the food, buy all the clothes, and then you're like, okay, now what do I do? So, oh, hey, Vicky. Hopefully, you're doing well, and you can join us as well. But oh yeah, Sam, you're right. We should pressure pie as well. Yeah, let's. I know you're saying that to deflect from you, but but we'll get on that. We'll get on that. He needs to come on as well. All of you guys. One day we'll have such a full panel. We won't have space for anybody. We'll have Sam, Marie Antoinette. We'll have Pi here. Yena there. Yena does come from time to time, so I'll give him that. So yeah, it will be a nice conversation. So guys, well, what would you do with all the time and all the money?
Exactly,
Yeah.
and what you said about money, I see a lot of people, they tend to make it as an excuse not to do certain things. They're like, I don't have money to start this. I don't have the finances to study this. And as you say, like, what do you do when you have money? That's why I think, I don't know about the lottery there in the States, but what I've heard about the lottery, for example, or lump sum, people where they get a lot of money, either insurance payout or something,
Retirement.
money, retirement, inheritance, all those things. Some people, I think it's they get money without plans. You find that I have a theory, in fact, about money. Why some people cannot, they get a lot of money, but they cannot double the money or make sure that the money can really help them. Whenever people get money, for example, like let's say now, Tenzin, you get 1 million US dollars, or let's say 1 million.
I will disappear and you'll never hear from me again.
Let's say you get, let's say, I don't know, 10 million Kenyan shillings, whatever. I don't know how much it's worth, but let's just say the millions are really good millions, where you can really live comfortably, whether in Kenya, whether in any nation in the world, and you get that money. You know what? The weakness of people, it's your heart. Sometimes it's things that you always desire to have. When you have money, people tend to go for things that they've always wanted to have. If you love a Ferrari, because you have money, you might quickly go and buy a Ferrari. If you get money, inheritance, whatever, people go and buy a holiday home. Maybe you have a nice home wherever you are, but you want to just go and get a bigger house than what you have. Maybe you live in an apartment, paid up, or you're still paying it, or you live in a normal, ordinary house. You get a lot of money, you're thinking, hey, man, I'm going to live in Beverly Hills now. You're moving away from wherever you're living there in LA, Tenzin. Like, now I'm going for Beverly Hills. I'm going to live in Beverly Hills. Because you've got the money. And because you've always passed there and you like the homes there, because the picture that you've always seen is like, wow, if you live here, you have so much peace. I won't have a noisy neighbor anymore. Things like that. So in most cases, let's say you get 1 million, you can afford to buy a Ferrari, you buy a home, you buy certain things that you've always wanted to have, like the couches, whatever you always wanted to have. And towards the end, let's say out of that money that you spend, you find that after buying most of the things that you like or you've always wanted to have, then you want to start a business. And you find that all those ideas that you had, you even forgot about them. Now you're thinking, no, because I've got money, I cannot start small
I don't need to do anything.
That's where the mistake is, because you're missing out those steps of business that you need to learn. You just want to go big. You overspend on things, buying maybe other businesses that are really, you don't have any clue of them.
But you
And
know
that's
what
when
I
you
would do?
blow money.
The
What?
first thing I would do, me not the Ferraris and all that stuff. In fact, all that I don't even care. The first thing I would do is just travel. I would go to all those places I've always wanted to go. I want to go to Namibia. For me, Namibia is like it's like paradise on earth. For me, if there's an Eden on earth, that would be it. I haven't even been there. I don't know even too much about it. I just know that they're very nice people. They are very peaceful, very hospitable, and their country has no drama. I haven't heard any bad things about them. They're just a very nice reputation people. So I would just go traveling all around, meeting different people. Actually, I would do exactly what Mika is doing now. And he's not even a millionaire. He's just a regular person and he's doing all this. So sometimes also we do limit ourselves,
Wait,
we
are you
say,
sure he's not a millionaire? But anyway.
Maybe he's a secret millionaire, maybe all this time.
But yeah, I get to. I was just kidding.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, sometimes we do limit ourselves, and you can still do a lot of the things you want to do, even with the little that you have. If you really want to do it, that's why you should have a plan, even if you don't have, the money and the time for it. A plan should always be there. So when the time and the money comes, you're already prepared, so it doesn't just throw you off course. So if you had a plan, let's say, you want to help maybe some children or build a school and a plan, you already have it, that's your plan, even if you don't have the money and the time. But then if you ever get to it, then now you're ready, so like they say, be ready. Be ready so you don't have to be ready, something like that. You should always be prepared so you don't have to get prepared. So I think that everybody should have their sort of their plan of attack. If my dreams come true, if everything gets realized, this is what I will do. So if that time comes, you're ready for it, and you're not going to be confused and crazed like a lot of the lottery people. Yeah, so it's something to think about, and we should always have some ideal. We should always work towards something. Don't just be satisfied with what you're doing. That's great and all that. If you have a job or business, that's wonderful and great. But always want to want more. That feeling of wanting more should always be with you. You always want to become better, grow better. Even if you have a business, or if you have, even in your personal life, you should just want to be a better person. If you want to be more well-read, or traveled, or meet more new people, something, you have to have a goal in life. Contentment is good, yes, but don't be too content. Yes.
True.
There you go. PA, I got the saying, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking about. Yeah, you're right. That's the one. So you stay ready, you have a plan.
No, continue, Tenzin. I was reading the comments. Sorry.
Yeah. No. That's the saying I was going for. I didn't say it properly, but Pi got it right. If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. So if you have your ready plan, you have what you want to do, and so on. Once you get what you want, then you're ready. You just pack your bags and leave and travel and go to Namibia.
Yeah, great country indeed. Namibia. I had a friend years ago, but I've lost contact with them. From Namibia. Namibia, it's a beautiful country, and it's a country that people should look out for. I mean, in the coming years, it's going to be one of the richest countries. There's a lot happening there. Oil is coming in, gas is coming in, and they seem to be ready. They've got systems, and it's a well-managed country. Okay, from what I know, and infrastructure, they've got good infrastructure, roads. I think they have the best roads in Africa. They're number one in the whole continent.
Oh,
So
that's so. I
Namibia
didn't
is
know.
so much is going on there. We need to get somebody from Namibia. We need a lot from Namibia. It needs the exposure it deserves as well, like other countries that have received a lot of exposure. But Namibia, it's a giant that a lot of people, a lot of countries in Africa that think they are big, they can get humbled when they go to such a place. I've not been to Namibia, but from what I know, from what I've watched, what I've read as well. They have challenges just like any other country, but they're really a well disciplined country as well. I think some of the things that we tend to forget is about discipline of a country. Order, like having order in a country brings a lot of stability and a lot of development, and good development, not just development for the sake of development, but development where, even if you build infrastructure, it will be well taken care of. When you build roads, people will maintain it and make sure that even citizens as well, they respect their roads because they are driving in those roads, So those things also play a role where, as citizens, we need to be also disciplined. We need to take care. We need to take ownership of our national infrastructure as people. We should not think it's a government's duty all the time. We are the part of the government of society. We are the government as well. So we're driving those roads. We are the ones that are using the infrastructure. We need to take care of our infrastructure, regardless of how small or how big it is. We need to take care of our infrastructure as Africans. And once we can take care of our infrastructure, as small as it may look for others, but the more infrastructure comes. Like if you look at Rwanda as well, it's one another country where they've shown that as a country, if you have one vision to say, and your citizens buy into the vision of saying, we will not use plastic, we want to have a clean country, people buy into that idea and understanding why you should not litter. I know some people will say you're creating employment, those municipal workers will come and clean, whatever, which is not really
I do not like that argument at all. And it's not even an argument, it's just an excuse for somebody to be lazy and dirty.
So yeah, I think we need to have something where we spotlight good things about, you just gave me an idea right there, like good things about every African country, something that we can learn and say, wow, Rwanda, you are known as the cleanest country. Let's learn from Rwanda. Let's learn from Namibia. How are they keeping their roads intact and the best roads? It's their number one in the whole continent. And they are, competing with all this big, so-called big economies, that everyone talks about. And they are winning in those things. Let's go and learn from Namibians about road maintenance, road infrastructure. How are they doing it? Let's just be humble, regardless of you saying you're a big economy or whatever. Let's go and say, hey, let's go to Rwanda and go learn how are they keeping their country clean. How did they make it in such a way that the citizens can buy into that idea and apply it on a day-to-day, And let's go to another country. Let's say, let's go to Kenya. Let's go and learn how did Kenya get the tech sector really booming, and a lot of tech companies also setting shop there, and the tech sector there, growing and popular. How did they do it? Let's go and learn. Let's just humble ourselves as Africans, and let's not just say, those Kenyans, those what, those. Let's go and learn, brothers. We need to learn. Everyone has something that we need in our country. No one has everything. If we need to go and learn. We need to say, hey, which other country can we go learn from? Let's go and say how let's go to Botswana. How did they keep their economy the longest? There's no country in Africa that has grown like over 6% or something over a period of over 50 years. Let's go and learn and say, how did Botswana have a stable, safe country, low crime rate, economic growth that is very high and stable for so long? Not just for 5 years and then other economic factors came and you dropped or something like how did they have that stability? We need to go and knock on those doors and say, how did you guys do it? Because sometimes we use other models that are not even here in our continent, while we have people and countries that we can use as a model. I think we need to be honest with ourselves and really humble ourselves as people and say, hey, I want to go and learn what's happening in Namibia. I want to go learn what's happening in Botswana, what's happening in Kenya. Everyone has something great that we can learn from. How did we go to Egypt and say, Egypt, how did you electrify your whole country? You've reached 99%. Most countries are still struggling. They still have like 39, They're very low on electrification of their citizens. We need to go to Egypt and say, Egypt, how did you do it? And as a desert country, you know, Egypt is, as much as we'll talk about the Nile, the issue and stuff, we should ask the Egyptians, how do they make it in agriculture as well? People sometimes forget that Egypt is also strong in agriculture. And they're a desert country, while others are green, they are having rain, but they cannot even match up to Egypt's output in other sectors. We need to go and learn and say, Egyptians, you are in a dry land. Israel, I mean, dry place, but agriculture, very strong.
Yeah.
Those places, people need to just be humble and say, we want to learn. We need to learn, and we need to get our things together. We need to get things working. How do you guys make ABC work so well? Their models are there. It's just for us to go and learn and try to, instead of us going far and say, oh, America grew like this, then we want to model America's growth path and how they got wealthy and lots of.
And those examples are not really very helpful for us, because they are under very different circumstances than us. They have a whole different history. You know, they encountered different situations and problems. We should learn more from people whose experiences are more similar to us, so that we can actually have practical ideas. You know, you're not going to go to Mars to learn about Earth. You know, first learn about yourself. And something that has held us back is, I think most of us have this attitude that, why should I go to another country? What do they have that we don't? We think that we have everything in our countries. Why go somewhere else? You know, we have a very limited view of each other, and that's starting to change, though. I think when you look at, you know, how Africans are starting to move nowadays, there's a lot of exploration, there's a lot of dialogue, interaction, and we're starting to really learn that, oh, well, we don't know everything in our little corner of the continent, so we need to expand our attitude about learning. But yeah,
exactly. There's so much. I mean, Tanzania, every country, no matter how they can put ratings and say you are poor, you are whatever, they've got something good going on in those countries. It's just for you to go and look and say, okay, what's happening in this country? Let's check what are their strengths. Let's go learn their strengths. And even the weaknesses, we need to learn from them and say, oh, this will never put in our country. It will destroy us since it's failing here.
Yeah, and maybe even offer help sometimes. You know, so you could be doing something right in your country, and you go to another country, and maybe they're not doing it, like M-Pesa. You know, us in East Africa, that's something that the rest of you need to catch up to.
Exactly. You know,
still behind. Are you still writing checks to each other?
No, we are on apps, yeah. You guys are on apps. We're also on apps now. Yeah? We running apps on. I'm running on apps. I'm clued up so much about tech, so I'm in that space. So it's I'm not behind, but apps are a big thing now. I mean, we've got some banks that are totally. I think there's like 4 banks that were given new licenses by the central bank, and all they're doing is they're not going to be opening any physical branch. It's just going to be everything on running your banking on an app. That's it. So it's killing your traditional banking system where you had to have a physical bank where you need to do your transaction, your deposit and stuff. While you can just do it in the comfort of your home on your mobile device, and you're done. And imagine, so which means the old way of banking, slowly it's changing, because a lot of banks are now moving into the app space, meaning certain jobs are not going to be like people. We only really need people physically to be there to do those transactions. Or if you've got an issue, you just call your bank, they'll help you. If you've got an issue with your app, they can help you telephonically. Done. Get it sorted, and you know.
Oh, so, but I see we have a masked guest. Yes. Welcome. Karibu.
Hi, Mr. Pai. Welcome.
Yeah, who was saying I was too scared to get on? This is my home.
I did. I challenged you and you came on. Okay, I guess the pressure works. How are you?
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. It's a little bit early though.
Okay. Yeah. So tell us about Saturday.
I mean, it's only 3. It's only 3 a.m. It's not really my day started yet.
Oh dear, 3 a.m. in the morning. See, that's why people will accuse you of being a witch doctor. You're lucky you.
No, that's a funny one. It's just because my sleep schedule is really messed up. Like I just sleep randomly. Like I'm about to get off from school, so I don't really have university. So I don't really have a set schedule to sleep.
Tactical sleeping, yes.
Yeah, tactical sleeping.
That's the way to
Yeah.
go, Pi.
I'm like 2-night job. If you say security 3 times, I'll wake up. I'll just
Oh,
kidding.
yes. Well, thank you for waking up and joining us. What's on your mind this weekend?
Well, I'm thinking of going to Zanzibar next year if I get enough money
Oh,
because I want to
cool.
learn
Wow.
Swahili. Yeah.
Okay. Well, SNN is there for you. We already started the classes, so you're well on your way.
Yeah, I think Mika made a website back way back. I'm not sure. I forget what the name of it is. He had like a bunch of he had a website with a bunch of beginner lessons on it.
No, there's actually a program. What's his name? Pastor Ezra, remind me. The Swahili
Paul.
program. Paul,
Paul
yes.
Justice.
No. I know about Paul. No.
Oh,
I
okay.
watched some of the stuff before, but I'm just saying my level's so low, so I need to learn the basics first to understand.
Okay, do you at least know how to say habari?
No, only word knows Asante Sana, and that's it.
Okay, Asante Sana is good. That's thank you very much. Yes. Okay, that will get you far. That will get you far in in any place. What they say is you learn the greetings in a language. You say, hi, thank you, and you learn how to say, I don't speak the language very well. No habla español.
No, I think I can learn Swahili fast because I mean that'll be my 7th language that I study.
Yes.
And it's easier than Mandarin, so I think I'll pick it up pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, if you've learned such a tough language with different even a writing system, yeah, Swahili would be a breeze for you. You should be able to speak well enough in maybe a couple of weeks, I should say. Yeah. And do with the sounding it out, because if you're just doing like reading, sound it out, talk to people, just practice it. Even though you don't be afraid to appear not ignorant, but amateur. Go ahead, Asante Sana, that's a good place to start. I'll teach you one more just for the hell of it. Habari is hello, or it actually means news. So habari is, what's the news? It's like somebody asking you what's up. So habari.
Habari?
Habari, yes. Habari. And what's great about Swahili is phonetic. So however you say it is how you write it. It's not complicated like English where you say, through, and you spell it with an O-U-G-H and all these extra words. Why? English is just there to confuse you.
Especially with the different accents, because a lot of the words in UK English and American English is very different. Like someone in the UK that's never driven in America would probably crash because our words don't make any sense.
Yeah, so English is way harder to learn. There's so many different versions and accents. Even in the UK itself, I know, trying to understand somebody speaking Scottish, English, it sounds like a whole different language. Like, what are you talking about? The Welsh? Oh my goodness. Are they still speaking? Are we still speaking the same language? At that point, you just look at somebody and you nod and smile, because you can't understand a word of what they're saying. But, Kiswahili, everybody, okay, let me give you a caveat. If you come to Kenya, We do speak a very, very bastardized version of it, the whole Sheng thing. But if you speak proper Swahili, they can still understand you. You might have to sort of try to catch up on the slang. It's a very slangy type of Kiswahili. But if you speak the proper Kiswahili, you'll still be able to understand and communicate. So it's still easy to learn and to understand. So that's the beauty of Kiswahili. And that's
I've
why
noticed the accents are pretty different. Like, so I'm from Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. The accent sounds very different. The words are the same.
Yeah. I'll give you that. Yeah, the accents are different, but whichever accent you choose to speak to, it's all going to be understood. So, you know, the Ugandan Swahili speakers will understand the Rwandese Swahili speakers and so on. Like I was telling Mika the other day that before we used to sort of make fun of the Rwandese and the Congolese because their Swahili used to be very, very bad. They used to mix a lot of their local languages with it. But okay, this is a bit tragic, but also inspirational. So you know about Patrick Cleola, the guy who was recently killed by the police. He was from the DRC. Patrick Cleola.
I think I saw something in the chat. But wait, who is he? Is he a celebrity? I'm not sure who that is.
No. He was not. He was just a guy from Congo, and he was living here. And it's one of those usual, you know, when it happens here a lot. You know, the police just go and kill a random black person, and they say, oh, it was an accident, or they did something, or whatever. So it's like the George Floyd thing. It happens. And recently there was another one that was on SNN about a Tanzanian who suffered the same fate. But in the news, his family, when they were being interviewed, they actually had the entire interview in Kiswahili, and they were translating into English. And that was a very powerful statement because, you know, they were firstly, they were representing their language and their country, and the fact that they now require somebody to translate for them. And so what we're always saying about African leaders, when we go, we don't even speak our own languages. When the Chinese go to like a meeting, even though a lot of them, I'm sure they know English, they'll still speak in Chinese so that somebody will translate just because they want their language to be heard. So, you know, that's also another way of representing ourselves and being proud of our languages, that, oh, no, I don't have to speak English. I can communicate in my language, and you have to make the effort to...
Tenza, you know what's funny about that? I think that's the reason why the Caribbean is somehow still standing, even though we don't have a military, because our English, no one understands our English. If some spy goes to the village and tries to understand us, they wouldn't know what are we talking about.
That is true. Yeah. Nobody can understand. What part of the Caribbean are you from?
St. Vincent.
Oh,
very, very small. 100,000.
Yeah, I know St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You guys are like one of the tiniest. Well, I know you guys for the soccer, and that guy, Kevin, what's his name? He had a song a few years back. Kevin Little. Yes.
Yeah, he's pretty famous.
So I know a little bit about a few places, but yeah, St. Vincent is known for that. And I can never. And this is what the Caribbeans do. Like when they talk to you, they still have the accent, but when they talk to each other, the accent gets even thicker. You cannot understand what they're talking about.
I can't speak my accent anymore. I went there 12 plus times when I was a kid, but with my family now, I just respond to them back to American English because I don't want to sound like a foreigner, so I don't even try. Yeah.
Oh yeah. They just go into it like, oh, okay, I thought there we go. They just go into it. Oh yeah, there you go, St. Lucia, Martinique. Your country is so small, like the pointer is bigger than the country. You can drive from one.
One good thing about the Caribbean though is we're food independent. We don't, if we do, like there are some countries like St. Kitts that they don't have a lot of food there, but we're so close we just import it.
Okay. To you, driving cross country takes about half a day, right?
No, it's probably less than that. It's probably a lot less than that.
Less than that?
It's really, really small.
Oh, wow. I thought I was making fun, but it's actually the reality.
No. Like the country that's next to us is a little bit bigger. That's only 100 kilometers. You can literally cross the whole country in like 3 hours. It's really small.
Wow. What is the approximate population? How many Saint Vincentians are there?
Just 100,000, but that's not including diaspora.
Wow. And yet you still overrepresent when you go to the Caribbean parties. Hey, the Vincentians are there with their flags, just waving and being all loud and stuff. And there are only like 100 of them in the world.
But you know, the thing about that tends that I don't think we're really nationalistic. Like whenever there's Caribbean party, it's usually multiple people there, multiple countries. Like we usually stick together. There's no tribalism there really.
No, not tribal. Like Caribbean people, they're all just equally proud of where they come from. If there's a Caribbean party, every single person is waving their flag, not like waving it in the air, but they're all just proud of, their flags where they are, the Grenadians. You guys are Grenadians. Oh, yeah, the Grenadians are there, Vincentians are there, Jamaica, obviously, definitely. But everybody is just there, partying, Barbados, Oh, yeah. So, yeah, you guys, I like that, you like the diversity, you like to represent. Hey, it's a beautiful thing. So, and then you see all the different flags and you have to try to identify, okay, who's this, and so on. Trinidad, are you guys bigger than Trinidad or no?
No, we're way smaller than Trinidad.
Oh, wow, okay. I thought Trinidad was the smallest one, but Trinidadians are always there, just, representing. So, yeah, that's one thing that is admirable about the Caribbeans. They really do like and represent their countries. So, yeah, I've been to a couple of them. What I always wonder is, with all the different accents, they sort of sound the same, but do you sort of understand each other when you go into your deep accents? That's what I call them. They have the regular accents for the other English speakers, like for Americans and so on. But when they go into their deep accents, they can only understand each other. So can you understand when Jamaicans go into theirs? Like when they go, no, I can't even try it.
Well, Jamaica, and my parents' country, yes, but a lot of the Caribbean, they specialize in speaking in parables, so not all the time. when they start talking about one of their sayings, I'm pretty much lost. I understand most of the time though. Yeah. It's kind of like how in the Swahili, because you have different accents, but I mean sometimes it might be difficult, but most of the time I understand. Most of the time, even though I don't speak accent anymore.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. St. Lucia, I know they have like this big jazz festival. They have that every year. You guys have the soccer drums, and then they dance. It's like an exercise. You don't need to go to the gym when you're at a Caribbean party. That's enough exercise for the day. You're going to dance until morning. After that, you've had your workout and you're ready to start your day. You're good. So you guys really party hard. You're serious about that.
Yeah, so yeah. Did you know that St. Vincent's is A3+1 with Kenya? Did you know that?
Say that again?
They're an A3+1. It's some kind of I think it's a political organization with Kenya and Tunisia and another country. They were there when like Kenya they defended Ethiopia from allowing the US to go into the country.
I didn't know that. No, I didn't know. See, these are the things we need to know about each other. These are the things that, most of the time we just talk about, all the negative things that somebody's not doing. But, good things also need to be highlighted. So I'm glad to hear that. Okay. So we do have some history with St. Vincent. That's cool.
Yeah, I had to come on because I saw the challenge message. I see everyone creating a channel these days. Tunaja has his channel now too.
Tunaja did what?
Tunaja created a channel.
Oh, okay. Huh. Yeah. Oh, wow. So, the more we know about each other, the better I think we become as a people. You become both proud and humble. You become proud of your heritage, you become proud of your influence, and you become humble that, I guess it's not just us, I guess it's not just us who are doing this and doing that. Other people are also, also have their reasons to be proud of who they are. And it gives you a humbling pride, let me call it that. You know, you're both proud of who you are and you recognize the value that other people also have. So yeah, that's why for me I say everybody should travel. Just go somewhere outside where you're born. Don't die in the same place you're born. That will be doing a disservice to the immensity of the world. The world is a big place. If you stay in one place, you'll be missing out. You'll need several lifetimes to appreciate how vast the world is. So, you know, even if you don't travel within Africa, you'll still, when you go other places, like for me, I always tell people, I met most Africans when I came to America than when I was in Africa. In Africa, you only see, you know, the people who are around you. But when you come outside, that's when you meet Africans from all over the place. You know, I met Nigerians and Ethiopians and Somalis and South Africans and Togolese. I even met somebody from CAR. That's a country that I didn't even know existed. The Central African Republic is this time. I was like, where I had so many questions, like, do you really exist? Are you?
They made Bitcoin their currency a few weeks ago.
They did what?
They made Bitcoin their currency.
I didn't get that.
Currency. The Central African Republic, they made Bitcoin their national currency a few weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Wow, good for them.
Yeah,
wow, I didn't know. And how did you even know about that? How are you keeping up with Central African Republic news?
if you see my my YouTube channel, you see that all my subscribers are basically African patients. I get all the updates.
Wow. Okay.
Right.
That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't
so
know.
To cut you there,
Mm-hmm.
I was saying, Pai, your YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, no, I'm saying I'm saying like what I'm subscribed to. I never created a channel. I mean, if you see like what channels I never created a YouTube channel. I don't think I'm ready for that yet.
One day you'll go down the Tunaja route. You know, if you stay long enough, just consuming, one day you'll want to start producing.
There's just so much content out there that needs to be created and needs to go out to the world, you know. And the moment we limit ourselves, that's when a lot will not be known about us. We'll always be admiring other societies while we have so much that we need to expose. I mean, some shows, when you look at them, how other people come to the continent, go to rural areas and expose those places. I mean, you ask yourself, we've been here and we're not seeing this thing as content, you know, and other people, they fear that if you show the so-called maybe rural areas, people might think, now you want to show the bad side of our country. But you see other big YouTubers or content creators coming from other countries, they go to those places and they get views on those places. So I think we need to be open and to say that we have so much content in our continent. Sometimes you don't need to even be going to all these popular places. For me, I think there's a lot of content that still needs to be tapped more than those content. I know some people, it also helps their channel, their views when you go to places that when you that are more searched, and the algorithms obviously pick them up and people tend to watch more of the same content because of places that are popular worldwide, or they trend a lot online. And if people go to those countries or those cities, then views, they tend to do well in terms of views. But there's a lot that we can create and start creating content that is not really like, you don't create the same content that is out there, like in terms of, like at some point, I mean, exposing the continent has been like a trend, and some people were trying to pick up that trend and get more views or even showcase that part. But there's a lot that we can showcase besides just saying, oh, the good part of our continent or whatever. There's so much content that we can create, and it doesn't have to be you don't have to be doing 1 million views and those things. But if you start those content in the coming years, whenever they start picking up, you'll have been the first one to do it. You'll have been one of the first few to pioneer that part of content creation. So I think sometimes we're chasing we need to get this channel growing. Yes, that's very important. But at the same time, we need to bring something that's different and not just always be the case of, oh, everyone is going into this direction. All the popular guys are doing this. I also need to do this, you know? And with
Yeah.
time, I mean, you'll be shocked how certain things will run out of steam and other things will start picking up. So you might find that you are in that space, but always, okay. When I was still in okay, I've been in media for many years. For some people, maybe they might not know, but what I've noticed is when you creating content, like for you to most content creators watch a lot of content. Sorry, you'll never create anything without watching trends. Obviously, you need to watch trends. You need to look at different people, different content that's out there. And for me, because I was more a background person in terms of shooting and things like that, I know that I watch different shots, I watch different things when I watch content. I don't just watch for the sake of saying, oh, I'm watching. But obviously, I'm not someone who's sitting at home who just wants to consume something. They don't want to go into analysis of, oh, this person need to really have good content in terms of quality content, not just popularity, but quality content. You find there's a lot of people who are doing really quality content out there, but they're not really known. They're doing small numbers in terms of views, fine. But in the long term, you find that they've sharpened their skills more than the people that are popular, and they might even overtake those people when their time comes in terms of what they are creating. So in all these things that is like, as I said, content, if we are to do more content for different people, we need to look at society, our societies, and do not dismiss any content that you can create, whether it's living in the rural area. It's content. There are people who love watching those content. That's why, as I was saying, that you get somebody coming from America, they come in Africa, they go to the rural areas, do content in those areas, they still do numbers. We are here, we're not doing those contents. We're thinking, oh, we need to be showing the big new skyscraper in my city. We need to show the new mall in my city, you know? There's people who are doing that and it's good for them and they should continue doing that. I'm not saying people should not do that, by the way. Just a disclaimer for some people who might say we're not promoting that. We're promoting every type of content, but stay in your lane, stay in the lane that really defines you. Do not go out of your comfort zone. Yes, go out of your comfort zone to learn your skills, to sharpen your skills and whatnot. But always make sure that let's make the best of every part of our environment, every part of our continent. Let's make it like we don't need to be waiting for somebody to go to Somalia for us to know more about Somalia. You don't need to be waiting for another American coming to South Sudan for us to know more about South Sudan. We need ourselves as
Burundi and showing their children with the flies. You know, that's part of taking control of our image and doing that narration ourselves. Because sometimes when people come, let's say they come from outside and then they go to a village, and their way of describing things is always very condescending and very patronizing. You say, oh, look at these people. They live in mud huts. They go, 20 kilometers to get water. They can't even afford this and that. And to those people, that's just a natural way of life. They've always lived in the huts. They made themselves. Those huts are actually very, air conditioned. You don't even need air conditioning because the way they make them is it creates airflow, and they have figured out how to live with nature and how to make everything work for them. And somebody comes, let's say they come and they see, they're used to the, big mansions and all that, and they don't know why people do what it is that they do. But when we go and talk to them, when our people go and talk to them, we can actually talk to them in a way that we understand them and they can understand us, and we're not talking over them. So sometimes when we let other people tell our story, they will only tell it the way they understand it, and a lot of the times, it's not a very fair representation of who we are. And that reminds me of that guy who was in Burundi, and he was doing all these pictures. And Mika wanted to actually go to Burundi and talk to them and say, if there's a problem, even if there's a problem, it's not about making us look good all the time. We don't want to paint a false image. We want to paint a realistic image and really know what what the truth is, and what the good, the bad, the weakness, the strengths, and all that. So you're not going to go and say, oh, well, this is not happening. If it's happening, it's something that we can deal with. We can understand why it's happening and what we can do to help. Because most of the time, those people who showcase, the ugly side of Africa, they're not doing it to help them. They're just doing it for the views and to show how, better they are, and how, Africans are living in squalor and poverty. That's all they want. They just want to take pictures and show off and then go about their business. But when we do it, you're doing it because you care. You actually care about those people. You want to understand, first of all, why they live, and you don't go in there feeling superior and just feeling, oh, well, I'm above you all. You actually go in there and talk to them, in a way that they are also comfortable. So we definitely should go and tell our own stories and talk to those people. The people who have been ignored, the people who nobody even cares about them. Maybe somebody is just living in a village somewhere. They would be so happy if somebody shows interest in them. They never thought that how they were doing things was even interesting to somebody, or even people cared or even knew anything about them. So when somebody comes and actually shows interest and wants to know, that's a good thing. That's our way of appreciating each other and building each other up. You really do get, you realize your value when somebody else actually shares that value with you. You may not realize that your way of doing things may actually be really, really awesome and amazing until somebody comes and says, oh, I didn't know you could build houses this way. I didn't know you could do things in a certain way. I didn't know you could have, animals just grazing freely. That's what they're trying to do out here. And we've always just done that. We didn't give a fancy name to it, like, oh, free grazing cattle and all, free roaming chicken. That's just nature. Chickens are supposed to run around and come back at the end of the day, So there's also a lot of things that we take for granted, and somebody coming from outside and showcasing the goodness is actually a boost. It's a boost of value for both us as a people who are learning these new things, and for the people in those places who, they have practiced it, but they also want to show other people and to teach. So it's a great thing for people to start doing, especially now that we have this opportunity. So that's why this online forum is so much powerful. This new media is so much more powerful than the old one, because when you look at television, it was something that was scripted. Television, a news report, you're given a story, go report on what's going on, present it this way, and that's that. But individuals will have their own take on how they do things. They will sometimes talk to people. Some people go to the big cities and talk about how the progress and development, economics, and so on. Some people go to the rural areas and talk to the people who live there and ask them questions. And if there's a problem, you're actually encountering the people who are dealing with it directly. You're not some government official or some tourist just coming to look and stare and move on with your life. So I think that the internet has given us a big platform to retell and unravel some of the mystery and some of the ignorance that has come with the old media and the stories that we were told before. So yeah, I'm hopeful about where we're going and who we are as a people. And we have gotten an opportunity to learn so much about it, to meet people that you'd never meet in real life. So maybe, hopefully, one day we will. But here we have people from all different areas, and we learned something new today. How many of you knew about St. Vincent? I did, but some of you didn't, and today you do. So it's a good thing. And we also sometimes do we don't give as much credence to the Caribbean as we should. The Caribbean is our stepchild. We always go on with Africa, and then go on about African Americans and BJ Riggs. It's always the Africans versus the African Americans, but we don't really think about the Caribbeans that much. And to their credit, they have been really cool about it. They don't come and throw their weight around and be mad at people like, oh, what about us? We're like, okay, hey, you guys, yeah.
I don't think throwing our weight around is in our DNA. We have no military. You don't survive that long by throwing your weight around. You just know your place in the world.
That is true, and especially with 100 people in a whole country. There's not much weight to throw around.
Yeah, where I live right now, I actually have to ask the foreign representative there how they developed CARICOM, because only 20 years after independence, we already had the plan in place for like one currency and one like a passport integrated system. Like if you have a Caribbean passport, you can go anywhere in the Caribbean. And our market is one market. And when we negotiate with other continents, I think they negotiate with one voice. So I think there will be a lot to uncover there, in my opinion. I think we're one of the only places that has a Pan-African prime minister right now, in Barbados. Like actually,
Yes,
Ghana
you're
is
right.
doing
Yes.
intra-Africa trade with Barbados lately. Yeah.
No, I think you're right. And actually, the whole idea of Pan-Africanism came from Trinidad and Tobago, if I'm not wrong, or one of those places. Because you guys, you have, I think you're like the peacemakers. We're in Africa, we're always fighting against each other. Black Americans are always fighting against each other and us. But Caribbeans, you're like, okay, guys, okay, we've fought enough. Now let's come to the table and work something out. So, yeah, you have to remind the rest of us sometimes that our little differences are not that important in, the overall view of things. And I like what BJ Riggs says, you learn a lot about yourself and people when you travel. You really do. You really do. And let me just talk about the first part. You learn about yourself. Most people when they travel, they think that, oh, I'm going to this place to learn about them and so on. But you end up finding that, oh, you actually start reflection, self-reflection. You actually have to challenge yourself on how you do things and how you think, because you see a different way of maybe people living and they're doing it. So you have to ask yourself, well, maybe if I did things differently, I could change how, my results or how I live my life, and for the better. So the first thing is you do learn a lot about yourself by traveling. It's not just about going somewhere and looking at people and staring at them and taking pictures and so on. The first thing is traveling is not for other people. The first thing is for you. It's for you to expand your knowledge of the world and of yourself. And then, you do learn a lot about people too. You learn about human beings and the diversity and the differences that human beings and the similarities. You would go somewhere very, very far and you find that they do some of the similar things that you do. And you're like, oh, I thought we were unique in this, but it turns out you're actually very, very much similar. And that's what I call the humbling pride. You're both proud of how you do things, but you're also humbled that it's not just you, that other people also do similar things. So yeah, BJ, we are truly more alike than different. And sometimes as humans, we tend to exaggerate our differences to make ourselves feel good about ourselves. Like, oh, look at us, we do it this way and that way and so on. And we do tend to exaggerate that part of it. So yeah, absolutely. You learn a lot about yourself and about other people. So if you all of you, when you get that $1 million, when you get your inheritance, when you get your retirement, when you win your lottery, travel. That's the first thing you should do. And also not just to learn about yourself, but to get away from some people, because guess what, when you get a lot of money, there will be people coming to you from everywhere. You will get distant cousins and friends from kindergarten just showing up at your door. So get away as fast as possible once you get your money.
That's why my circle is very small. I don't even have Facebook or Instagram. The relatives won't even know how to contact me. I'll pretend I forget English, only speak Mandarin. Text them in Mandarin.
Yeah, so for your own sake, travel, meet people. And if you can't travel, just go out of your way to meet people who are, supposedly different from you. If you have somebody who is from a different state or a different place, just start asking questions. You don't have to be like prying and all that stuff, but just ask them, how do you do things here? Where you come from, how do you relate to each other? What's your kind of food? Just things. Just be curious. Curiosity shouldn't, curiosity kill the cat. Yeah, whatever. But curiosity is a very childlike quality that a lot of us as adults tend to sort of downplay. The older we get wise. We should get wiser, but we shouldn't stop being curious. We shouldn't stop wanting to learn, because once you stop wanting to learn, then to me, you just, dead mentally. There's no more space for your brain to be filled. So let's be curious about each other. If somebody is from somewhere, let's say, I was really curious about Central African Republic, and what did I learn about them? Was that the guy who was called the Emperor Bokassa, the one who went and did like this lavish ceremony while everybody in the country was starving? But that's a good quote, Sam. Lack of curiosity killed Africa. That is very true. We do suffer from a certain lack of curiosity, which I was saying earlier, that we don't feel that we need to learn anything about any other country. Like when I was Kenya, that what does a Ugandan have that we don't have out here? What can they teach us? We have everything here, But when you travel, when you come outside, you're like, oh, wow, so this is how they do this and that and so on. So, let's not lack curiosity. Let's not just kill it in childhood. Let's continue with it until the very end. Curiosity is just the willingness to go beyond your current state of knowledge. It's just you still want to expand until, I guess you burst. I guess that's why it kills the cat, if you know too much. But there's no such thing as knowing too much. All knowledge that, even if you forget it, because you're going to forget a lot of things. How many of us still remember, everything that we learned in school? But the fact that you learned it is there somehow. It's there somehow, so you can still sort of access it in a certain way. So, yeah. So one thing that as human beings, as just people, be curious. Nothing wrong with that. Be curious. Just don't kill your brain's natural. That's like killing the child in you. The child in you wants to learn. As a child, everything you're like, why? But why? But why? But why? So now as an adult, you shouldn't just assume that you know everything just because you're older. You still want to know. But why? Yeah. So what have you learned from your travels? If you can enlighten the rest of us and share.
Well, I learned I'm not Asian, for one.
Okay, yeah. We don't know too much about that, so yeah.
Well, what I mean by that is, although the people are really friendly here and there's a lot of opportunities, I don't think it's ever going to really be my home. Like, I think it'll be a place where I could like hang out for like a lot of months at a time, but I wouldn't really say it's my home though, because it's so different.
Okay.
Like when you're like the minority opinion and there's not many around you, you try not to rock the boat. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Did you find a community of Africans, Caribbeans out there?
Yeah, I did find some that are from St. Vincent, but because of the pandemic, I haven't communicated them with for a few months now. Because a lot of their students, they send them over here to study.
Oh, so everybody's just you just do it alone and then you go back. Do you go back and forth, or you're just there for the whole schooling?
No, during summer and winter breaks, I might go in other places. Like how next year I want to go in Zanzibar in December.
Oh, that would be really interesting. You need to do a whole report and take pictures, and even if it's just a written report, we need to hear about that, because Zanzibar is part of Tanzania, so we want to that perspective as well. So when you do go in, I mean, you don't have to do it at the time, but just remember your experiences, because you'll have to come back and share that with us. Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's an island, so it wouldn't be that much of a culture shock, I think, because I'm used to living.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I really hate living in the city because the air quality is not as high, and I don't like being around like populated like area.
Yeah, I know. Like places like New York and even Los Angeles, there's some places where it's just congested, too many people, and you really don't. And it seems like the more people there are, the more isolated individuals are. Like it could be a lot of people, but everybody's just living their lives. And yet you find in the smaller towns, there's less people, but people are somehow more connected to each other. People know about each other, people are friendlier, people just have this nice friendly hospitable vibe about them. So for me too, I like smaller cities. When and people in LA do, like, you work in the big places but you live in a quieter place. But the problem with that is also the commute, driving, and commuting. Transportation takes a lot of your time, and that after some time, it takes a toll. It takes a toll on you if you have to take 2-3 hours just to go to where you're going. So me, ideally, I would be, live in a rural place that just maybe 30 minutes from a city, something like that. Because I don't like the city environment. People are just it's too fast paced. People are too, I don't know how to call it. People are just driven, which is a good thing, but also people are less, and I don't know if I should call them less human. They're not less human. They're just less friendlier. I'll say that. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't just walk up to anybody in New York or Los Angeles. I feel
Oh,
like.
no.
They'll just ignore you.
They will just think you, especially, okay, here's the difference I would say between New York and LA. LA people, you can't walk to people. People are fake friendly. They'll be like, "Hi, how you doing?" You know that type? Like, just over this bubbly fake, it's bubblegum friendship. That's what I call them. Bubblegum friends. They just friends with you for a while, and then when the bubble pops, there it goes. You'll never hear from them again. Boop, it's over. New York, they just tell you outright, like, "Hey, I don't like you. What are you doing? Why are you trying to talk to me?" But if you do break into their hard shell, you will find a friend for life. So I will give them that. For
I've
me,
never had any friends I've been to New York probably over 100 times. Never had any friends. The only people I communicate with were my immediately I have a big, like, extended family because my grandmother had like 14 kids. But
wow.
I've never had a friend. I've never communicated with anyone that was my family. I think it's because of the culture of New York. It's very like, people are about like their own communities. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. People are they're very, people live together, but at the same time, they're very segregated. Everybody has their own area and region. Everybody does things, slightly differently from everybody else. There's rules to the game. I'd say that. Whereas in California, when you come here, you're supposed to just forget everything where you're from. If you're from Minnesota, if you're from, I don't know, Arkansas, you're just supposed to come here and reimagine yourself. Here, you can be whatever you want. So if you're from a small town, you can just fake it and take on whatever personality that you want, and create your image in your own style. So there's good and bad in that. That's why LA is used for actors, and New York is for, what is New York for? I don't know. It's for hardcore people. It's for people who are just, tough. Yeah, it's for tough people.
New
And
York is
LA
the
is for
financial
fake people.
capital of the world, and I guess that's why it's so busy. People
Mm.
are just concerned with work, I guess.
Yeah, and you have to, you really, you can't stay there, and because the cost of living and the cost of life is just so fast paced that you really have to work hard to stay afloat. So it challenges you, it makes you competitive. I would say that if you want to have that competitive edge, you should definitely go to New York, because you'll sharpen your skills, especially your money making skills. You're dealing with people. You'll cut through all the nonsense and just get to what you want to do and get it done and be done. But if you want a place where you can be whoever you want, you have the freedom to just be yourself or be somebody else. LA is the place for you. So, and that's the beauty. You can pick and choose, you can go wherever you want, and you'll experience the plurality of life and its diversity. So I think it's a beautiful thing. Every place has good, and some places have a lot of bad, which for me, New York does. But I still like California. We have, when it comes to the weather, that we're still the best when it comes to that. It's the closest to me to the weather in Africa, in East Africa. It doesn't snow as much, except in the higher altitudes. There's the beach, if you if you like that, and then inland there's the mountains, and there's large lakes. There's the national parks, Yellowstone, Sequoia, and all that. So it's a lot of richness in one place. So you'll be comfortable here. We do have beaches as well.
Yeah, think about it. Going to Ireland and the beaches are so far away. I'm going to the beach tomorrow for the first time, but I was disappointed. Like going from one city, a big city all my life, to another big city.
Yeah, you're just a big city person. You can't get away from it. But being so antisocial, that works for you because people don't really, socialize too much in there. People are generally just, everybody minds their own business, which can be good because sometimes just being too much involved, you don't want that. Sometimes you just don't want to have to be, say hi to your neighbor every day and have to hear all the gossip. Oh, do you know what happened to who and so on and so on? Yeah, sometimes you just want to live your life quietly and go through it without all that other interference. So, like I say, and sometimes there are also different stages in your life. Maybe sometimes you're young, you want somewhere, you want to party and go and socialize and do all of that stuff. There's places for that. And sometimes you just want to focus on your personal achievements and personal goals. Like we were saying, if you have a plan, when you have a plan, you don't really need a lot of people to give you that motivation. You're working on what you're working on, and that's your focus right then. You don't want distractions and people telling you what to do. You can seek advice, but sometimes when you do have that plan, you don't really need the validation from other people. You just want to focus on it and get things done. So sometimes you may have to move to different places depending on the stage of life that you are in, or your personal ambitions at the time, or your preferences. So don't limit yourself. And sometimes where you are might not be working for you. Sometimes if you're ambitious and you live in a small sleepy town, that may not be the right fit for you. You're trying to do a lot of things and people don't recognize what you're trying to do. Maybe you need to move and go somewhere else where some people may recognize your talent or your vision. So do travel, go places, see what works for you, and explore. The world is big and beautiful. I think that's one thing we as Africans really didn't take advantage of. We were so content with what we had. I mean, we did explore the whole continent, but we really didn't go outside that much and really see the entirety of the world. So this is a good time for us, and that's why so many of us are everywhere around the place now, because we're sort of trying to catch up with the world, so to speak. So yeah. New flower, New York, Amsterdam, Addis Ababa, New Delhi, all mean new flower. Oh, is that so? New York means new flower? Did you know that?
No, I have no idea.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. Sam, I hope that's the truth and you're not just making it up, but okay. I know they all mean new, but I don't know new something. I know New York used to be called New Amsterdam because it used to be a Dutch settlement, and then before the Americans took over it. But I don't know if it means flower or not. I don't know languages that well.
Did you know Ethiopia? Mika's going back to Ethiopia.
Has he? Or did you divulge a secret he didn't want us to know?
No, what? He said it on the chat.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that then. Okay. I thought he was going to Burundi, and then I thought he was going to go mountain climbing, but maybe that's on on the back burner. But yeah, I know he's going to Ethiopia for a summit, but I don't know for how long yet. So, or if he has made the official announcement. But yeah, him in Ethiopia, he'll always be going there from time to time. I don't think he'll spend more than 6 months away if he can help it. So that's like his adopted home. Just like when one day when I make it to Namibia, that will be my go-to. I'll just be popping over there from time to time. BJ Rig says, a former co-worker told me to travel when I was younger. He said, don't wait, because if you wait till you get money, then there will be something else that will get in the way, like family. And yeah, that is absolutely true. We were talking earlier about, if you had all the money in the world, what would you do? Me, I said I would travel. That's the first thing I would do. But like PJ said, you don't have to wait to get everything in order to do something. If you waited for the perfect set of circumstances, you will never do anything, because that will never happen. You'll never get the perfect time where you should do this or do that. There'll never be a perfect time. You just have to wait for now and get the opportunity and take it. That's all you need to do. If you have an opportunity to travel, take it. It doesn't have to be the perfect time. It doesn't have to be all your ducks in a row. Sometimes your ducks might be elsewhere, spread elsewhere, but just take it, go. You won't regret it, I promise you. And like BJ said, you learn a lot about yourself and even about surviving. Me, what scares me, I don't know if I could go to a place where I didn't speak the language. That to me is a challenge. I don't know if I can take on. How was it for you doing that? Or did you learn the language before you went?
When I went to Taiwan, I already studied Mandarin for 4 years.
Oh, okay.
So I already know it.
Okay,
but
okay.
I don't always speak it though, especially with legal stuff. Like at the airport, I didn't speak it. I didn't speak at the airport at all, because it was about legal stuff, and I didn't want to mess anything up, especially during the pandemic.
Okay. What about like daily communication, talking to people, getting things done? How is that?
I think everything is fine except school. The most important part. It's like grammar is really difficult once you start getting above intermediate. But I have some tutors that can help me for next semester, so I should be fine there.
Okay, see, it's not as difficult as I fear, but to me, I don't know if I could. My challenge only goes this far, and to me, I can go to places where I can speak the language, or if I have a host, maybe just go for a short time visit and then come back. But I'd feel so helpless, so like just thrown in the deep end. Maybe, yeah, and some people are more adventurous than that. So hey. I give you the credit for that. But at least you're prepared, like you said, if you're prepared, you don't have to go there and start from the beginning and start learning your, hello, my name is, at least you had some foreknowledge before you start speaking in the foreign tongue and looking around at people and people looking at you. That's my nightmare right there. Just being dropped in the city and I don't speak the language, nobody speaks the language, and I'm trying to find somewhere. It's like that dream where you're trying to wake up and somehow you can't wake up. You're running and you're like, wake up, and you can't. So for me, that's how it is to be in a country where I can't speak it, I can't understand it. Oh, hey, Jonathan. He says someone. Oh, you grew up in New York. Oh, okay. Too bad for you.
Pastor Ezra just woke up from his tactical sleep. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I think he went to get some Robusta.
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to get some coffee. So
yes.
yeah.
Okay.
I was like, let me just have something to drink, and just to keep warm a bit. We are going into winter, by the way, family. So you guys it's getting summer. I know most of you. Yeah.
I didn't know that either. I think that's something you South Africans just made up.
You say what?
I said I didn't know that either. I think it's you South Africans making that stuff up, because there's no other country that has seasons.
We have in the southern part of Africa, in the SADC, We do have winter as our family. A
Mm.
lot of people don't know, but we do have 4 seasons. Remember, we down there, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah, it's far
right.
from the
See,
equator.
yeah, the rest of us are on the equator. You just far, far off away.
And people tend to forget, like even your favorite country, Namibia,
Mhm.
uh, like you must remember, what do you call this? Some deserts, like come winter, when it's winter, at night it's extremely colder than during the day. We have more
Mm.
cold nights than cold days.
Wow.
So, and then
Wow.
there's towns that are very cold, generally even throughout the year. And then
Mm.
come winter time, then they even have snows and stuff. So we
Snow?
do have
Ah,
such
wow.
snow in Africa. There's snow in Africa, guys. There's snow in
You
North
might as
Africa.
well
There's snow
move
in
to
Southern
Europe.
Africa. You know, there's snow down south. Then there's snow even what do you call this? In some places in North Africa. I think Morocco as well. They do have snow during winter, especially the mountainous areas. They have a lot of they have snow. So yeah, and even here in the south, I mean Lesotho, especially, I think it's the coldest country in the whole of Africa, and
Mhm.
obviously the altitude. I mean, they live. It's called the mountain kingdom because the whole country is
Ah,
basically on the mountains. So,
okay.
and they do have a
Okay.
lot of snow, and they also feed South Africa in terms of water, like
Mm.
quite good quality water. Like
Mm.
the nicest water comes from those places as well. And that's why if you see the Sutu people, they even wear blankets as one of their traditional attires and stuff.
Huh,
So because it's
interesting.
cold, the altitude is very high. I think it's 3,000 meters above sea level, 4,000 above sea level, depending on where you are, where you find yourself in that country. So,
Ah.
and deserts now, when you call, like, since you love Namibia, it has a perfect desert. Even some
Mm.
part of South Africa has some deserts as well. There's desert. Even Botswana, they have a desert,
Mm.
or semi-arid to desert places. It's extremely cold at night, and then during the day, if it's winter time, then it will be warmer, but it's still a bit cold for compared to most African countries when you talk about cold and hot and stuff. So yeah, and you do have temperatures that goes in their negatives. For some people who think Africa it's all hot, warm, tropical. Not every country is tropical, you know. So you talked about Namibia, which is not even tropical for the most part. Most of it it's arid to semi-arid, and few, I think, up north in next to Angola. That's where it's a bit tropical and green and stuff.
Hey, Pastor Ezra,
And
I see you still remember your high school geography.
hey, man, my geography didn't end when I finished high school. I still do geography. That's why I check. I read. That's why I was telling. I think I was telling Mendatezi that other time when you were saying a while ago. I think last year when you're saying, "Hey, Pastor Ezra, people don't know that Pastor Ezra has been at these things for a long time." I do check a lot of countries. People think maybe we just talk about the popular ones, but I do check a lot of countries. I do check information about them, economy,
Mm.
geography, people, just for knowledge purposes. Do not be
Yeah.
somebody who's just there. Just, we need to learn about other countries and learn so much that when we talk about certain things, you're not blank when you're with people. At least you have something to also contribute or say about those places. So I do learn about, as a passionate African, I learn about every country. I even watch some of the news channels of different countries. Others I don't understand their language, especially if they're speaking more the local language with no translations. But if it's those English um, commercial channels, I do watch some of the news. I do watch KTV. I mean, let me not promote any TV channels, but I do watch a lot of channels from different countries all over the continent. So One day, some people, when they talk, sometimes we just smile and not say much because maybe I might know something, but I'm like, they know better, you know. But I do watch the current affairs of different places and also just learn about geographies of people, tribes, all those things. It's interesting to learn about such. And maybe it's easier now to integrate when you meet people. You can easily just uh, uh, like you open up yourself to receive how their energy as well. But if you coming with only the negative about, oh, I've heard your country, you guys are like this. I mean, you got a country that is 100 million or 200 million people or 60 million, and you want to generalize based on one or two incidents, totally wrong. But once you listen and pay attention to other things that are happening in their country, you tend to like, oh, these people are very progressive in so many things. And you know, bad news will always flood the most current affairs than the good news that is out there, you know.
And Pastor Ezra, I just have to say something that's very strange and interesting that Yonatan just put in the comment. It says, when it's sunny and pouring rain at the same time, we say Haina is giving birth when this happens in Ethiopia. No, you're wrong. I don't know where you got that from, but it's something that we say in Kenya. I don't know how you guys got it, but it's something that came from us. That is so strange. How do we have such very specific beliefs and oh man, that is so. I've never had this outside of. I thought it was just us. That is crazy to me.
It's cultural appropriation. You might as well give them Swahili while you're at it.
I know. One of them came and stole that saying from us and took it to Ethiopia because that was us. That was us. Oh my goodness. And it's so very specific. That's what we say. When it's sunny and it's pouring rain at the same time, yes, a hyena is giving birth. And when you see that, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that's what's happening. And then you just leave it at that. Then the funny thing about it, there's no moral to the story. There's no any deeper meaning to it. That's just what it is. And you just leave it at that. And we never even questioned it. But yeah, I have heard of that too. We also have that same thing in Kenya. So it's just funny how it's true. We're so similar and we don't even realize it. That just took me all the way out. But they're saying too that Addis Ababa also means new flower. And you know what? Somebody says that New York also means new flower. I think I can maybe get that York is a flower, because if I remember rightly, there was like a war of the roses. I don't know if that's involved, but I know that the York, the people of York in British England, and the versus the House of York versus the House of Lancaster, and it was called the War of the Roses. But I'm not sure of the facts. I saw that could be true. That could be true. They might mean all new flower. Addis Ababa, I didn't know that. I didn't know what Addis Ababa means, but I'll trust that Sam is he knows better than me. So I'll take it. Okay, it's a new flower. And yeah. So we're neighbors. We really are our neighbors, and we share so much. Not just the culture. We share even stories, even very weird, specific stories, like hyenas giving birth on the side of a river.
Wait, is that Biggie?
Oh yes, hi, welcome.
He can explain this better than us,
How you guys doing?
Wonderful. We're having a chill stream right now, just chilling.
Well, for the actual Addis Ababa means new flower. Okay.
Okay.
Ababa means flower, and Addis it means new.
Ah, okay.
So Addis Ababa.
Wow, beautiful.
Some old name Finfine, but when they looked at it from the top of the mountain, when they started establishing Addis Ababa, that's when they called it new flower. So it has a history with the naming. It's not something that was there for centuries, or it's been there almost a century, but it's not way past. It's a new flower, like this, a new city. It's not like as deep history like the Aksumite or the North empires. So it's a fairly new city, but it became the capital of Ethiopia.
Okay.
Biggie,
Okay.
I have a question. What do you think about us starting like if you started like a One Africa Youth League in Ethiopia? Do you think that would be good?
Yes, but I mean, right now is the prime time for all Ethiopians actually getting involved and actually show a lot of involvement of the Pan-Africanism and very aware of what's going on. The youth is really getting informed. I see some comments on different channels and people are getting engaged. They're really engaged. And you saw it on Mika's tour, how much engagement that they have now, not just about Ethiopian, but being African.
So Sam, you have been proven correct. Yes, we believe you now. If Biggie says it, it must be true.
Yeah, definitely.
I see Sam as like, if I'm not mistaken, there are even lions in Namibia's desert. Yes, there's even what they call desert elephants in Namibia. And lions. Obviously, there's the Etosha National Park, which is their biggest national park there in Namibia, or maybe one of the biggest ones, but one of the popular ones. Let me say the biggest. I think it's called Etosha National Park. So yeah, there are elephants. The big five is there in Namibia. So for those who love animals, it will really help them. Yeah, it's called Etosha National Park. So for those who want to see the animals, they've got the coast, they've got the animals, it's a very diverse country. They've got the desert, they've got so many things. So if you're looking for a country that is as diverse, guys, we promoting any African country. So today it seems like I want to promote. I feel like Namibia, since you talked about Namibia.
Namibia in the house, St. Vincent in the house.
But Biggie, welcome. Really, thanks for that info, and thanks for enlightening us. What else? Who's been posting? Yeah, Maria Internet, absolutely. Sam, Indian elephants, like Indian.
Yeah.
What is Sam saying now? Oh, Mendatezi is here. Huh, wow, Mendatezi. Been nice seeing you.
Wow.
Saying I'm an OG.
I didn't see him. Hey, one thing about the geography, okay? For me, throughout my high schools, and in fact, I took 2 semesters, 101 and 102, where in fact I did so well, they want me to really change my my major. I was so deep into it, very interesting, and then you catch it with the history behind it of each countries. It's amazing. So I don't know what it did it, but I was able to travel 47 states in the United States. I visited everything except I'll include Puerto Rico in that factor. Okay, I didn't visit Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Alaska. These are the four places that I didn't visit yet. But I've met people from Alaska, Montana, but not people from North and South Dakota. It's amazing so far that I've been living in here. I didn't meet that. But one thing that made it interesting is the approach of my learning about in geography gave me also the relationship uh, with people. So that people still made me understand certain part of things that they do. Like for example, if you go to Nebraska, Nebraska is it's beautiful. A lot of people say, "Oh my God, that's a flat land. There's nothing in there." But you know what? There are unique people in there, and especially in the have the reservation, and people derive on this specific Grand Island. They call it Grand Island, and I'm like, "Where's this island? What does it mean?" So what happened is the Lake McConaughey is so big than the city. So they made the city to be the island. So they called it the Grand Island. Okay. So there's a history that you meet. I met people, so amazing people, between Ogallala, which is the right after you in the north, northwest, no, northeast of Colorado. That's the first city that you're going to hit. So from that to Grand Island, you have a time zone. That means you go about 30 minutes either way, you're going to be changing your time zone. It's just so funny. Sometimes you quite did not cross it, but you'll have a meeting and your meeting is still 1 hour behind or 1 hour forward. So and, I don't understand. There's very few people living in that area. I'm talking about 6,000 people living in Ogallala, and another maybe 10,000 in the Grand Island. But again, people, the way they cross there, they said, well, we got the electronics now because of the cell phone, will be changing the time zone for you, But before they have to really, there's a marker that you have to adjust your watch. It said time zone change right here. So this kind of things get you to communicate with people. Um, in New York, I know you guys heard about New York, LA. I lived in LA. I lived in San Diego. I lived in San Francisco, Oakland area. And when I say living, it's like, especially the West Coast and the East Coast, we're talking about 2, 3 years, 4 years at a time. So I see LA, and in California, basically, it gets a little bit laid back. Okay, and New York is another situation because everything is like in a rush. Everything is there. They very on time. There's no slacking. And they will tell you up front. There's no blaming. Everybody delivers. We're talking about even from a guy that's transporting the cab drivers. They're famous. The cabs are famous. They will get you there pronto and drop you off, pick up another guy, and they make the best out of the day. It's and I had friends, from New York, in fact, from Deer Park, and I made more friends by just uh, extended families. Plus, we have a lot of Ethiopian uh, community. So, uh, even in that aspect, I don't know. Correct me, Jonathan, but they're a little bit fast and prompt on what they do. Even the African community, from my experience, they do things a little bit different. And you're looking at Texas, you go down south, a lot of things change. It depends where you're at. Uh, I've been in border of two cities at Texarkana. One side is Arkansas, one side is Texas, and seeing the way people live is like from the beverage aspect of it. On the Texas side is you cannot buy alcohol. They call it dry county, and then you go right across the street, which is the main city. Texarkana is divided in two. So you got the other side is all wet. You can buy whatever you want. So I think the my my love for geography enabled me, even though my final career path that I've taken, it gave me the opportunity uh, of wondering and understanding. I go to the plant level. What kind of plants that they have? What kind of temperature, climates? All that, and then people. You know how people live. It gives you a little curiosity. You know, you see some people that are overdressed. And they say it must be cold. They look like a closet. But again, when you get there, you really want to be like them. You don't have enough clothes that you brought in with you, especially when it comes to wintertime. So that when you said geography, I think it should be something that's going to be well well taught in Africa. I mean, especially the African geography. It's not like you're passing through, but really explore time on what you have. That I believe it will get the Africans to mobilize themselves just by that curiosity that they've had all this time. And Pastor Ezra, correct me. That's why you travel and you enjoy everything that you see in your path. There's some bad things, but at the same time, I've seen it. There's a positive thing that comes out of those cities. So that's one thing I want to touch on geography. So geography is always good to learn. It's never ending. It's just like history. History is never ending. There's a lot of information out there. Pick and choose, and but at least have the basic, the general understanding, especially about Africa. That will give you an opening of one thing. Oh, I wish I can go to Uganda. I wish I can go to Lagos. Just different things, whatever the interest that kicks in, and that gives us the diversity of understanding each other's culture, history, because out of the geography, out of the geography itself is geo, when the location. Out of that will get extracted uh, the history, and a lot of them in Africa are the foundation of what Africa is 500 years ago. Not the one that been faked and that been changed, and they try to even hack our our history and regenerate their own data. So basically, trying to rewrite some of our history. So keep an eye on that one also. That's one thing that I learned that from another cybersecurity engineer that follows. He said not only they interfere in things, but at the same time they changing information that was written about Africa by hacking and by not being identifying themselves. And suddenly you see something that's been written. Keep that in mind. Everybody be aware about that. So if you know history and that's changed, uh, we're always gonna kind of fight that. So geography is good. I'll say that to everybody. Be curious of African countries. There's a lot of benefit for all of us. A lot of benefit, and in fact, one Africa, we need to understand our history and bring our history up front because that history is the future also that we can create the present and take the good thing and adamantly stay strong and as that oneness and to be united. It calls for a lot of future prediction. If we don't catch it now, there won't be no future. The future is going to be very grim, very slim, and it will be more dividing because now we're going to go on a high tech level. This is quote unquote from a cybersecurity African brother that told me that. So, in that, any question?
Yes, I am going to ask you Jonathan's question. Well, he made a statement, but I'll ask it in terms of a question. So we were debating LA versus NY. So he says that he prefers the realness of New York, which to me is more the rudeness of New York, to the fakeness of California. So, in your opinion, LA or New York?
I think both of them have their own flavor. Let me tell you something. When you walk in New York, okay, when you're walking in New York, a busy street, you better walk along with everybody. Maybe you might get tired. You might take the quickest exit, not to be pushed around. But again, how many times you would say, "Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me"? Okay, let's say that same issue happened in LA. If you push somebody, "Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me," because you have time to say that. In New York, you don't have time. He just said, "I understand, my bad," because you're on his way. You're not paying attention at the rhythmic walk of New York. I remember I took my kids in New York during their uh, spring break, And yeah, I'm from Virginia. I'm a little bit laid back, maybe, but I know when I put you on Fifth Avenue and it's a busy lunchtime, I cannot just stroll or just do nothing. In fact, my kids turn around, they say, "Daddy, this is not Virginia. This is New York. You gotta walk fast." I'm like, "What?" Okay, and they were right, and they were on a scooter, little scooters, and they were going through the crowd and everything else. And here I am, I'm just out of breath, you know, because you gotta walk. Because in New York, you walk. There's more people that walk really than what you see on the cab, subway, and everything else. Hey, LA doesn't have that kind of stuff. They don't have subway. Everybody's driving, and then we're gonna get all this smog that you're gonna get, and in fact, unhealthy. Same thing, and even New York has its own issues when it comes to that, but they use more of their subway. So for me, when it comes to something that I need to accomplish and it need it fast, I'll do my business in New York. If I'm going through the fashion, through the layback time kind of contract that I would get, yeah, I'll take California because it gives you time to enjoy. Listen, when I was in California, usually you work from seven. Let's say typical technician would be working from seven, or let's say, yeah, 7 to 3 or 8 to 4. But guess what? A lot of people are ready to pack and leave by 3 o'clock. One, of the rush hour. Two, they got better things to do with their family. It's very, very family oriented because it gives you time for your family. So I get to spend a lot more time with my kids when I was in California. When I lived in New York, and at the same time, it was two different places that I have to really get with my kids. And we were on our toe. So it depends on what do you have. If you want to lay back, you go California. But you're gonna spend a lot of money for that sun. Just to pay for that sun, you're gonna pay a lot. New
It's an
York, you pay
expensive
that too.
son.
Yeah, it's a very expensive sun. It's a very expensive sun. So, and then when you really want to enjoy the California, you go San Diego. San Diego is my preferred city uh, in California because my LA time already done. I already did all my stuff when I was a lot younger. But now you tell me to live, I'll be looking at the southern, which is really San Diego. New York, you tell me to go and live in New York, I can't. Right now, I can't. It's just I refuse. Too noisy. Too noisy for me for the lifestyle I have now. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
again, for those that are young, that really are active, these are the two cities. Now I would recommend if you come and visit. But there's fast lane in New York, a little bit on the slow side in the California. San Francisco is different, by the way. San Francisco is totally different. It's like the southern and northern cutoff time. You know what I mean? It's just totally different rhythm. Am I correct, Tanzan? So we thought,
yes, absolutely, absolutely. Like I say, if you say it, it has to be true, and it is.
yeah, and it's basically it's like I'm in Northern Virginia, so called, but you go a little bit further. I'm southern, really. It just take about another 30 minutes. I'm really southern states, okay, and it's really different. But since I live closer to the DC marker, then you have a different lifestyle. You know what I mean? It's totally different, the north south. And I
Yeah, because
noticed the
you're
same.
near the Mason Dixon line, which separates the South and the North.
Exactly, exactly. And the same thing happens below Sacramento. Below Sacramento, that's when they have the north and east. I mean, the north and south issue in California. even in voting and everything.
Hey, welcome, BJ. Thanks for
Hey, how's
joining us.
everybody doing?
Good, good. How are you?
Tired. That's okay.
It's a long week for everyone, but
Yeah, and it's going to get longer, but that's okay.
wow, well, glad to have you. Glad to have you. So, are you in the east, west, north, west, south, central?
I'm in the Midwest.
In the Midwest. Wow. Okay. How's the weather there? How are the people? Are they rude? Are they nice? Are they fake? Are they busy?
Here it's different because with the Great Migration, you got all the different people who sort of migrated north. And so their mindset is laid back but very rude.
Wow, that's like a combination of LA, New York.
So it's like, yeah. So, I think we're probably closer to like New York mentality because you always got that, your guard up all the time. So it's like, anything could happen at any moment. You better be prepared for it.
Is Chicago in the Midwest or no?
Yeah.
Oh,
So the other
okay.
side of Michigan. So
Okay.
yeah. So yeah. So it's similar attitudes and personality and stuff like that. Because again, New York is where the brokerage houses were. So you had the stocks and bonds, the Wall Street. But Chicago was where the commodity markets were. So that's where all the cattle and the corn and all that will be traded. So it's like those two anchors. So that's why you got the big bustling cities on both ends.
So are you a city or a countryside kind of gal?
I like the city. I love the city.
Okay.
So when I've always been able to travel, even with friends, people will always come up to us and, can you tell us where this is? And we're like, we don't know. We just got here. We're not from here. So you just blend in, treat people with respect, be polite, and you have no problems. I mean, traveling is like the best thing to do. Even if it's just a day trip into another city, with whatever you got in your pocket. Just go see other people. I mean, I was lucky the first time I traveled was a school trip, and we went to DC to learn about the government. I had no money in my pocket. My grandmother gave me $20. I came back with some money back in my pocket. So you learn how to make it work. Even if you have to, eat those 35-cent chips and a bottle of water for a couple of days, just go and have a great time. Because the experience is well worth it.
Okay. Which city surprised you the most when you're traveling?
China.
Oh, you've been as far as that. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I was saying earlier that I don't think I would go somewhere where I don't understand the language, but you're just like pie, just went all the way.
Yeah. When you got God with you, you know you'll be okay no matter what happens. But China surprised me because from America has a perspective that we are so big and so huge. And I think the last spot we were at, it was Shanghai, and they had like a little boat cruise around it, and you saw, which the buildings were beautiful, the old colonial structures, but behind it were these huge skyscrapers that they built, and you saw on that scale just how small that was. And being here, you just I didn't realize how big China was. I mean, didn't realize how large the landmass was. So in my mind, before I got there, I'm thinking, oh, okay, it's going to be like New York, blah, 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 whatever. And the people there will say, no, compared to us, New York is like real tiny, because they had the opposite, view, because they thought New York was just going to be so big, and they got there like, this is New York with the rest of it. So it's just weird how media and things changes your perspective of what reality really is.
Wow. Did you go with somebody who could help you around, or you just went on faith?
Over there, I was on a tour, so I just took a tour
okay,
over.
okay. Okay. Maybe that would be more comfortable, because at least you have people around,
just in case I get lost.
Yeah, and things are planned out for you. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was really, really nice.
Okay. Okay. And so were you in one place, or did you go to different places within the country?
We went to like 5 cities.
Oh, wow. Wow. And then how did you find it? What was your impression of the country?
It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Everybody was really, really nice. I ventured off and I went like to the area and like going to the mall. She couldn't understand me. I couldn't understand her. But somehow after we started being together long enough, we were able to sort of understand each other. And I'm thinking, wow. And you just find out, the things I've learned that all government systems are not that different, no matter what label they put on. Because I'm thinking when I went over there, things would be, like so, restrictive and all this other stuff. And I'm like, yeah, it is. But then here is restrictive too. We just call it this, and they call it that. And it's like, so there's not that big of a difference. We don't really have complete freedom over here. And y'all know y'all don't have any freedom. We think we do, but we really don't.
Yeah.
So it's like, so what is the difference? That's what I'm still trying to discover. What is the difference between all these different labels?
Interesting, because to me, that's what I thought they always were, that everything is just, you feel the weight, of authority on you every step you take. That for me is my outside presumption, because obviously I haven't been. So, I can only go with, and it's also with the language. So, most of the time, if you get the impression from people who have only seen it from a distance, and some people are not even within the culture. They just come and write articles about it without actually being immersed in it. So there's also a lot of misunderstanding between us as people, because sometimes we don't understand each other that way. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why it's good to actually go and have your own personal experience of it. So when you're talking from something that not just, oh, I read it somewhere and so on. So I respect that, actually being on the ground and physically going and experiencing it for yourself.
Yeah, because my thing was, years before I even did that, my coworker, she was from there. Her sister worked there. I think she worked for a university. And what the university would do is they would select certain employees and would give them a vacation. And so she got this vacation, and she's like, well, there's a certain spot in China that has all 4 seasons at the same time. And that's where her sister went. And I'm like, and so she's showing me pictures, and I'm looking at the pictures, and even though I know this is foreign people, I know they're in a foreign country, but yet all the mannerisms, like with the peace sign and all that other stuff in the pictures, I'm like, they are reacting just the same way that I would react over here. So it's like, we are so connected that it's like we use these little barriers to say, oh, you're from here and you're different, so you wouldn't understand. We're all going through the same stuff. So, we need to let some of that stuff down and try to figure out how to work together.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, you know, there's so much we are still in. For me, curiosity is a keyword to ignorance. And ignorance is not a sin. Ignorance is just, you know, the natural state of humanity. We are born ignorant. We don't know. And curiosity is what saves us from continuing to be in that state. So once we're curious, then you start chipping away at your ignorance. You start building on that knowledge, but you have to actually want to. You know, most of us are just content just to know what we know, to be where we are. And traveling does take courage, because you have to live where you used to. You have to leave your comfort zone. You have to give yourself to, you know, to somebody else, even if it's you know, a tour guide, even if it's a friend, even if it's just going on your own, it's still something that you're putting yourself out there. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if you're going to have a good or bad experience. You just don't know. So I think it takes a lot of courage for us human beings to even go out and go somewhere we're not familiar with. And yeah, and also increasing our knowledge. Sometimes not everybody can travel, but ignorance can also be combated in other ways. We can learn it, especially Big U and Pastor Ezra with the extensive knowledge of geography. I mean, Pastor Ezra has traveled without leaving.
So you got to get on that plane.
All these places. And yet, you know, so there's so many ways. There's no excuse for us really as human beings in this time not to be you know, at least knowledgeable in some things. Ignorance, if we're still ignorant at this point, sometimes it's just a choice, or it's just being either arrogant or just, yeah, because we really don't have an excuse. Like we did earlier with St. Vincent, all you have to do is just look it up, and within a few minutes, you know, at least something about a place. So in this day and age, ignorance is a choice.
Yeah, and people could get closed-minded, and I get it, because it's safe. You feel protected. I'm comfortable with what I know. But now with things like the social media and YouTube, you can see a lot more things. Because I think even with this, in America, we would know nothing about Africa. It took a long time before they even started allowing the Africans and the Indians even to come over here. So we never had any really direct connection of, so what is it like over there? So you're trying to figure out, you know, where do the people live? How do they live? I mean, we saw a lot going on as far as with Mandela and South Africa, but we knew Namibia, Gambia, Burkina Faso, we didn't know those places even existed. I mean, there was Egypt, of course, you know, and then that's Israel, but it was like a foreign land that had no, you know, blueprint on it. And through things like YouTube and social media, we can now sort of find out more and see, you know, what the continent looks like and what's there and the people, because and it just opens your mind up to even more. Oh, they're not so different. Oh, yeah, that looks cool. Oh, wow, let me see if I can do that. Oh, these are the foods they like. Oh, wait, they use that too. I use that when I cook. Oh, wait, that looks like, you know, okra and greens. Oh, yeah, I eat that too. So you find those connections and find out we're not that far apart from each other.
Absolutely. And you, like you said earlier, you really do learn about yourself. And to me, I think that's the one, you know, whatever your beliefs and faiths and, you know, visions and all that, that I think is the responsibility of every human, to learn about yourself, to know yourself, to know, you know, your strengths, weaknesses. And it doesn't just end with you. Then the responsibility is to know other people, to be able to be in a spirit where you're open to receive, open to learn. And also after all that, then it's your duty now to teach, because not all of us are going to have the experience of traveling the 49 states like Big E. Not
Right.
all of us are going to be able to go to all these places. Not all of us are going to have an encyclopedic knowledge of geography like Pastor Ezra, but yeah, that's why we need different people with the experiences so that we can pull those resources together and we can actually teach and learn from each other. So, thank you for coming and sharing your experience, and also just from your perspective as well. Everybody comes with their different history and experiences, and one way of seeing, somebody can see something totally and completely different. Once a person can go to New York and they can just see everybody's just rude and angry and mean, and why are people like this? And somebody like Kennatan can go and see, they're like, oh yeah, people are competitive and fast-paced and get things done and all that. So even our personal lenses also shape how we see things, and people can see one thing and then take away two completely different ideas of it. So that also tells you how we're very similar, we're very different, but we're also very similar. So
yeah. And you can't let one bad experience, one angry person deter you from doing something that you enjoy and love.
Yes.
And sometimes that happens, that you go and then it's just an awful experience and you say, I'm never going to do that again because it was just so awful. That one person or that one instance, it's just one instance and one person, because there may have been 10, 15 other people who you could have ran into and just changed that whole perspective. So, like, again, just going over to Canada and is like a total different experience than being in America. And it's just, the boundaries are close, but just that line changes everything. And you think, oh wow, this is different. So, people will take a little mini vacay and just go to, like a different town just to get away. And it doesn't have to be very far, but you see a different perspective and a different way to view how people react and live. Mm-hmm. So you guys have a wonderful one. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. Always a pleasure, and you're always welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, BJ.
I see our prof is here, Professor Ezra.
Hey,
just joined us.
Hey.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, we said San Francisco. You see, his ears got itching. We got New York, Jonathan that's screaming on that side. Now we got live. Welcome,
Jonathan is in South Carolina.
Yeah, he used to live in New York.
Yeah, he's a New Yorker. Replanted.
Like you're
in
an
the
export
South.
from the East.
Yeah,
you got exported from the East.
Yeah.
What's your attitude? It's still East, right?
Yeah, I mean, once you're East, you're always East, right? Exactly. Once you're East African, you're always East African.
You don't go nowhere.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Very well. Thank you for. We are all here. Mondetezi was here earlier and she had to leave, but we almost got everybody in today. And if Mika comes in, we'll be done, complete.
Oh, nice. Did you have Ebenezer, Dr. Ebenezer?
Oh, and no, he hasn't come yet, but yeah, okay, one more. But,
so yeah. I was just in a Twitter space. I wanted to join in earlier, but I got caught up in this Twitter space. There's a topic discussed about sanctions and kind of like how it's focused on Africa and that kind of thing. So it was an interesting topic. It was interesting discussions, and I had a little bit of a moment to chime in my own point of view. But yeah, it was like I meant to come in today and join you guys. Really appreciate what you do and the incredible work you guys do is so extraordinary to be part of it. So thank you for the thing that you do, for the work that you do, for the amazing work that you do, and educating Africa forward.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
I got one question, Professor Ezra.
Mm-hmm.
Every time we go to certain discussion, there's a lot of that be made on education. Sometimes it's like, you know, Ezra brought up some educators in the show, and that's when he was saying, and this is one of the topic, but at the same time, he's on the ground in Ethiopia, brought it up. But again, this and this part of education, uh, African education, that's what we call it, right?
Yeah.
It's just a lot of things are very tight in. It seems like if I put everybody vote, people vote on that education part.
Yeah.
Very tricky. You know what I mean? It's not enough, and never been enough, and it's been tricked and twigged and rigged, put it
Yep.
any which way you want.
Yep.
And it's just where we shine as one Africa. Where can we shine?
I think to me is like one, the first, I mean, before you even thinking about shining, I think one of the things that you have to think, at least this is what I do for myself, that I'm not burdened by the responsibility of maintaining, growing, changing, and implementing the what is playing out right now, what is unfolding in front of me. I'm not a politician. I'm not a leader of any particular space, or I don't have that burden of responsibility that a current leader of any magnitude has. So what I have as an individual, as a citizen of this world, is myself, is leading myself in my own journey, my own responsibility to myself and to those people I'm connected to, the people and to the community I'm connected to. And so, to me, first and foremost, we have to unburden ourselves with the need, from the need to have to do something now, because we cannot do something right now at this point. We cannot do something, but and then burden ourselves with what we can do, which is the biggest and most potent force that we have is ideas. Ideas are our force, our power right now. Nobody can take away the ideas that you can synthesize and organize and think and then process. So you have ideas, you have the ability to go through knowledge and then create, or like the ability to really interrogate knowledge, and from that interrogation give birth to wisdom and insight. We have that power, and to the extent that we have that power, how far can I go is limitless. I'm not interested with what we should do is not limit ourselves. This platform should be about not limit. Like, oh, this is how, like policymakers have to think about whether something is feasible or not. Leaders have to are burdened by the notion of what is possible right now, what is not possible right now, what resources they have right now, what resources they don't have right now. But when you are playing with ideas, when you're playing with knowledge, when you're playing with wisdom and insight, limitations like this don't play. Hence, you should exercise without limit. So, like, Swahili Nation should be a platform where we exercise without limits, without having to feel burdened by, if you are, let's say, the burden of being either a communist, a capitalist, or somewhere in between. We don't have to have that burden. Let the person who's communist be worried about the burden of, because with that comes limitation too. I know there are possibilities with it, but there also comes limitation. If you are a capitalist, crazy capitalist, big crazy capitalist, but it comes with a limitation. But in Swahili nations, you can exercise that mobility of thought and mobility of ideas and mobility of wisdom and insights, where it's not bound by some kind of notions and ideas that are stationary, that are permanent, or that are semi-permanent, that are immovable. So by being more open and more flexible, more mobile, then we can liberate as many people's minds. Because if you liberate the mind, if you liberate a person, then it's up to them to figure out how to transform their personal and their community conditions. And that is what education should be. That's what is like. So Swahili Nation should be an education platform, but not to tell people what to do, but to inform them of their power. And in order to do that, we have to be in the space of ideas more so than in the space of actions. So our action is idea. Our action area is an idea. So of course we have to do certain things in terms of acting, like putting the systems and the processes and the platform and creating the necessary instruments to make this platform successful. Those are our action areas, as outside of just the talking shop that we have. At the back of it, there has to be structure, there have to be systems and processes. That said, how we play out should be about the manifestation of a person, the manifestation of the human who recognizes his or her power as humans, and who recognizes their power to not just organize themselves, but to organize a community for action, for solving, for creating, for resolving problems. So I hope that makes sense. That's the thing that I see, at least.
No, makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot
Very
of sense.
nicely put.
Yeah.
Very nicely put. Definitely, these are the thing. There's one thing that
Oh, by the way, before I've been here with Pastor Ezra, but I'm going to hop off, but I'll still be listening and enjoying the wonderful conversation. So you guys carry on and hold the fort.
Wait. This goes to you. This last question is to you.
Sure.
So, Professor Ezra just put it in a nice way. Now, on the Tanzan, that has a lot of prerogative and a lot of the issue about women. On the women issue, we talked a lot of different things, from polygamy and the women rights and all that. So on your take, right? Mm-hmm. Because I always said, we got to protect our sisters. Definitely, as an African, we're supposed to protect and help our sisters itself. How do you see yourself when you put all that, the way you handled it? Can you tell us your view on that? The way you kept it tight, the questions was working along on what happened. Is that your thought?
You're talking about the program, the last week's program?
Program, yeah.
Oh, well, firstly, the very first half of it was quite a mini disaster, as you can tell. I was just trying to find my way around and try to tinker with everything. So it was nerve-wracking, I have to say that. But once we started having the discussion, we actually had a lot of different viewpoints. And at first, they were very diverse. They were very, opposed, and very. There was a lot of tension and a lot of disagreement. But in general, I think that sometimes we even when we disagree, some people may be saying the same thing, but we're saying it from different ways. And even when it comes to the idea of women, you can look at it in the extreme that, women are totally this powerless or totally powerful or manipulative. But the truth is usually somewhere in the middle, and it usually comes with the individual. So even when we look at these questions of society and family and all that, there are some generalities, there are some things that apply to everybody, but this is where individual character and accountability comes in, that even if the world looks at things a certain way, or the trend is towards one way, the final arbiter of your decisions is you and the people around you. Those are the people that you affect. So this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to say, what does the world say? What does our tradition say? And what should you as a person act in a way that helps you, firstly, because you have to help yourself. You have to make sure, even when they talk about the airplane, you put your mask first before you put it even on the child, because you cannot help somebody if you yourself are not there. And we also talk about, the idea of empathy. And this is, I'm always grateful to Marie Antoinette, because she always brings the idea of empathy to every discussion. We can fight amongst ourselves, as men, as women, and this and that. But the final thing is we empathize with each other. As a man, you try to understand the position that a woman is coming from, because she's not your enemy. She's your mother, she's your sister, she's your daughter, she's your grandmother. And as a woman, you're not looking at men as the enemy, men are so bad and evil and all this. The man is your brother, your father, your protector, your provider, your shoulder to cry on, and so on. So I think that in every discussion that we have, even on this panel and on all our programs, is that we're trying to come to an understanding. We're not trying to win an argument. We're not trying to prove that we're right. We're trying to understand each other. And even amongst the opposition and all the different perspectives, I think we did come to some sort of understanding, where we even had a laugh with BJ and I Can't Find, which was quite ironic, Yes. So
yeah, and even she was really put a lot into the conversation. Really.
Yes,
BJ,
absolutely.
Marie Antoinette. I mean, they did put a lot of information out there.
Mhm.
One of the thing that really struck me out of all this conversation, that there was a question that are you working for this some organization part of it? and the way you turn that was
why aren't those people on my show?
no,
Why are they coming to my show and challenge me like that?
No. It went very well. It went from that aspect of it all the way now getting involved. You understand what I'm saying? It was just a misunderstanding. What it was about polygamy. All right,
Yes.
There was a misunderstanding that she's pushing, polygamy
agenda.
as the agenda. It was so funny, and actually, BJ is the one that brought up. What? Wait a minute, are you pushing that idea, right? And then guess what? BJ is the one that's got deeply involved with it.
Yeah, no, but the
turned.
thing like Tanzan, like you are taking your own things, the unsaid things, the unspoken things. I mean, it's such a brave thing that you're doing. I know it sounds very, very normal and ordinary. It's not an ordinary undertaking. It's all these things that we talk behind the scene. Okay, we Africans, it's kind of like we hum it around, like we whisper it around among ourselves across Africa, but you're giving it the sunshine that it needs. Because otherwise, it's not going to grow. We're not going to learn from it. The lesson is supposed to be picking up from it. The good lessons we're supposed to be picking up. The wisdom we're supposed to derive from it. We're not going to be able to do that unless we interrogate them at the level that you're elevating it. And so it's so brave for you. I know it's very easy from your perspective, because you know what you're trying to do. But
it brings out the hotheads.
and then it resolves some crisis within them, like it's a misunderstood crisis.
Yes. And I also think that it's good for people to also air, some of the frustrations, because modern life is not easy. Right now, we're sort of working without some, without a guidebook. We're sort of just thrown in there. Even, the issue of even having a family, raising children, dealing with, men and women relationships, or even men and women, children, the housework, all these things. They may seem trivial. They may seem like, oh, well, these are not important things. But when it comes down to it, it's something that affects you on a daily basis, cooking, doing the dishes. This is something that you have to figure out, and you do. It's something that if you don't figure out, the dishes are not going to get done, even though some people do the clean ones. But, if we don't know who's going to do the cooking, the finances and all that, these are difficult questions, but we have to bring them out. And even if we don't come to a conclusion, we still explore all the different possibilities. And
there's nothing that's not ordinary. Everything is part of everything is extraordinary in terms of the importance. The dishes, when they're not there, when they're not cleaned up, for the person dealing with it, for that family, for that person facing with that thing, it's not a small it's not something. Yes, when you exercise it in terms of ideas, and then when we are discussing it, it's easier because we are talking about the notion of it. But when you are really facing it, I mean, those tensions that manifest in any kind of relationship, but with this, what you call mundane and ordinary things, they might exacerbate them. They might make them even much worse. So, and for most men, most of the time we wash the dishes, we never expect the dishes would be dirty ever again. But somebody has to remind us,
right?
No, right. Every time dishes get dirty all the time. You need to maintain it. Oh, I washed it last time. Yeah, but last time was probably 6 months ago.
Yeah. It's not a yearly thing. It's a daily one.
So it's an incredible adventure in your show to really go through this really important element of our social construct. This part of our social construct. Whether they are spoken or not, whether they are well thought out or not, whether they have a philosophy to ground them or not, they are part of the construct within which we live in. It's part of the reality we live in. And if you ignore them, you ignore them at your own peril. You can't go to a much higher level, higher order thinking when you cannot deal with the important and critical component that binds you together, that connects you together, the shared space that are defined by this,
Yeah, and these small things, as you say, they really do build up, like dirty dishes. If you leave them for a week, they really do build up. And sometimes, our conflicts may start small, and we want them to stay small. You don't want something small to become a mountain. You don't want something that could have been, dealt with in a quick manner to just fester and fester until it just comes out and blows over. And when it's too late, then we don't know what to do with it. So even the society's problems, things that didn't just, occur over, 2 days or something. They're things that were building up. They're things that are historical. They're things that are modern. They're things that are new, things that we didn't even deal with before. Nowadays, when kids come to a place, the first thing is like, where's the Wi-Fi password? Even the idea of spending time together. People now are everybody on their own screen and so on. These are things that we didn't have to deal with some, 20, 30 years ago. So every day we're facing the old challenges of living together, but we're facing the new ones, that technology and modernity comes with. Yeah.
There's a compounding nature to them. That means they're not necessarily you haven't really gotten rid of them. They're there.
They're there. Yeah.
But you're just adding on top of them. So if you don't really have a very good way of connecting with a person, that means having empathy, the kind of empathy that is, because not necessarily sympathy is different, but empathy, where you can to some extent appreciate what somebody's perspective is.
Yeah, even if you don't agree, you can see why somebody, would do things, the way that they do it, or why they would think the way they do. And also, there's, like you said, we're not pushing, and I should mention that again, that there's no pushing agenda. I don't have the answers. I don't have, all the prescriptions and so on. I'm learning just as much as, everybody is. We're here to teach each other. We're here to share and to learn. And there's nobody who, there are people who know a lot more because, it's their specialty, they've studied it, they know more than, the rest of us. So, we give respect to that. When it comes to the personal, we can listen to each other, and everybody can come away with what works for them, because there's no prescription that is, a cure-all for everybody, especially when it comes to relating with other people, because sometimes it also just comes to the character of the person or the individual nature of the person. There are people who like things a certain way. There are people who are very organized, they want everything in its place at all times. And the people who are more relaxed, who says, why are you making a big deal if the dishes are not done tonight? I will do them in the morning, things like that. So everybody needs to know who they are, what works for them, and also what they can deal with in another person. So
and, in one of the shows, Tanzan, before you go, I know you want to go, but in one of the shows, at the early days, you laid out this very thing that you just talked about, like that it's not, we do have cultures, we do have traditions for a reason. And sometimes you don't really understand the reasons anymore, because we just do them because they are tradition. We're no longer in that space because some traditions are so far removed from us. We just execute them, but there's a reason behind them. There's a reason why there were traditions of dowries and some methods for educating relationships, and how relationships should be formed, and union should be like a union of man and woman come together and create a family, and how that there were reasons why those things were thought about at different generations, probably many generations behind. But sometimes we have, so the topic that you cover is to also really go to the bottom of the reasons that we've long forgotten why those things are there, so that we can reconstitute the tradition in a way that's suitable to the world that we live in, and then kind of get rid of those traditions or move away from those traditions that no longer are suitable to the time that we're in. So there's no other way of doing it unless you interrogate the process, unless Absolutely. You go. So, and then I think I really, really respect you for that, because, you don't come in with a set mind, but you're coming in to really, dive into these things and raise those issues up, so that you force us to go beyond the slogans of why something is bad or good, but to the point of what were the rationales behind that, that which those things that we are dealing with were built on top of. And sometimes those rationales are so far removed from us, we need that interrogation to be able to get it, to reinvigorate the process, a little bit of understanding something. So I appreciate you for that, and that's an incredible work that you do. And it really is important, because that's how we connect. That's how we can reestablish a new set of contracts of relationships that between ourselves and among ourselves.
Thank you for your time. I really do appreciate it.
Yes.
A little add to that. I was gonna say it while we were in that conversation, but the conversation was heated up again, and I could not say it. That was I was getting married. I was getting ready to get married. I got my best man. I got everything set out and everything else. So my best man asked me one question. He said, "Are you ready to get married?" I said, "Of course I'm ready." He said, "Are you ready to say yes, ma'am?" I said, "Yeah, I always said yes, honey." And he said, "No. Are you ready to say yes, ma'am? Whatever she throws at you, are you ready to say yes?" And he said, "Do not ever use the no before she even finishes her sentence. Let her finish her sentence, and you say yes, ma'am." even though you got a no on your back in your head, he said, "Say yes, ma'am." Right there, she gives you credit.
The affirmation.
Because after yes,
Your friend
ma'am,
is
then
wise.
he said, "You won't make any issue about it." You said yes, ma'am, and you're done. The minute you say no, and she's really got, let's say, to clean the dishes, to do this or whatever, and if you say no, because she's not going to ask you something that you cannot handle. So
Mhm.
if you said no, no, I was thinking about, you see already my sentence. No, I was thinking to do it later. Just let me enjoy it a little bit. You see, your sentence already said no.
Mhm.
That's why she's gonna pick on you. So that
Yes.
was one of the thing of respect of your better half, especially your wives. The way you show them respect, is yes, because she's trying to do something greater, greater good for the whole family. And if she doesn't have that understanding through her husband, guess what? The children will follow the same suit. You
Yes.
understand? So that's what he told me. He was married, he had one child, and he told me the lesson he learned because she kicked him out from the house for saying no. and and he understood real quick that yes, ma'am, work a lot better and then it lasts a lot longer. So
Maybe sometimes, Biggie, sometimes saying yes, ma'am, is probably more important than actually doing the thing.
Dude.
The notion of it is probably more powerful than the actual reality.
yeah, I mean,
Are you gonna wash the Are you gonna wash the dishes? Yes, ma'am.
mm,
And then, have you washed the
not
dishes?
That will
not
only
No,
work a
ma'am.
couple of times. Then
not
she'll start the
yeah,
nagging.
not the saying no. You said no. I'll do it later. The no right there. That's what she flags you on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And she's in front of you. I don't care what you're watching, what you're doing. She's gonna look at you straight in the eye. Are you gonna
Yeah.
do it or what? Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, 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 honey. I'll do it. I'll do it.
One time, this is in Ethiopia, rural Ethiopia. Okay, I was
Mm-hmm.
talking to dealing with the household. It's kind of like it's a very masculine society in some way. So I was dealing with the man of the house. We're trying to convince him to join this co-op that we are putting together. And like as I went into a detail of
Uh,
what it
can you
entails.
hear or is it just me?
Oh, you can't hear me? You can't hear me?
Hmm. I think you went a bit mute. Check your.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
No?
No, no. I heard them all sentence. Oh, sorry, Tanzan.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Is-
So as I was having the conversation, the details of what it entails, he was like, maybe you should talk to my wife. No, he was like, maybe you should talk to the mother. That's the literal translation. Right? And I realized in that community, and then this is a Gurage community in Ethiopia, and Biggie would know a little bit more because he's married to one.
yeah.
And so I realized the power of women was exercised much more dynamically, much more differently than that's obvious. The obvious thing is like there's okay, the man talks, the man makes decision, but there was a kind of like a subtext of how things operate and how things are organized. And there's an immense power. Later on, I realized there was immense power that are not spoken, but that exist. And that's, I think, to me, like, why am I saying this is since that before Tanzan goes, I'm so excited to understand the dynamics of men and women and relationships and families that are defined, that are still defined by traditions, but we don't know the subtexts, the layers, the hidden layers that are vibrating under kind of like at the family level, but they're not necessarily easily obvious to an outsider like us who sees the world through the lenses of the Western way of seeing feminism and masculinity and that kind of thing. And I'm excited to see at some point in one of your shows, we will venture into really understanding like the from what it is, not from the way from not from a judgmental point of view, but not saying that it's a perfect method, but just from the way it is, because that's the way most African families are related to. At least in many parts of Africa, there's still a relationship like that. But understanding how power plays, how the power dynamic plays out in the family, in terms of how decisions are made, and how how things are organized and how things are arrived, and from financial issues to security issues to growth issues, all of those things, from spiritual to emotional, everything in between, how that plays out, and how that is really organized from a traditional perspective, would be an incredible insight. I'm looking forward to an insight in that space from you, Tanzan.
Thank you so much. And
I gotta bring her Gurage. I gotta bring her my wife.
Yes,
Because
we need to hear her perspective too.
one of the things about the Gurage is let's say he got married and everything else, people will ask him, how's your bride, right? We call it mushurit. She'll have 4 kids, 5 kids, whatever. She's still been asked, how's your mushurit? Still,
So she will always be a bride.
she's always a bride.
That's a rule, right?
That's the rule. And it amazes me, the dynamic. And then when it comes to the family matters, they're so tight, and so giving. They're very giving, so tight, hard
And there are
workers.
actually rules on that, by the way. It's not just like, oh, let's be nice and generous. There are rules that govern that, social rules that govern that. It'd be interesting to understand all of that. Yeah.
The rules behind them, there are so many, and that's why I say we don't understand half of the things that we do, because there was rules to everything, to how, even when it came to marriage, there was rules to who could go where, how many days, the bride could be here, the food, how she could relate to her sisters-in-law, her future mother-in-law, and so on. And okay, I don't want to start all this, but we'll get more into it. But one thing also, for women too, for me, I think I want, if I have to have an agenda, let me talk about my secret agenda. But if I was to have one, it would just be to empower everybody in the family unit, to make everybody the best that they can be. If it's the man, he should be the best man that he can be, the best husband. If it's the woman, she's the best wife, the best woman, and they're working hard for both of their children. Because of the ultimate, the unit of the family is there to protect each other and to protect the children who are the most vulnerable. So when you have a strong family, the world may be against you, you may be facing, difficulty and so on. But if you can come home and you still find that space, that, little haven of comfort and peace, you are the richest man in the world. If you can come home and you just feel that, I'm content, everything, the world could be blowing a storm, but here in my little circle, I have what I need. I have somebody who can, who understands me, who I don't have to fight with, because everything in the world is a fight, is a competition. We don't want to bring the fight back into the home. At least let your home be a place of peace, and then you can start with the world. But you cannot create peace in the world if you're fighting at home. So, let's bring peace. Let's start with that. We're not enemies, men and women. You're not adversaries. We're not fighting against each other. We are fighting for each other. And
I think Tanzan is such a powerful agenda, and I'm wholeheartedly behind that, because I believe it will be a critical component to the united Africa that we're looking for. If we have that kind of peace at the family level, because divergent point of views, divergent experience, divergent, perspective come together that create peace. It's a symbol of what we were looking for at the larger family unit, which is the broader community unit that we're looking at for Africa. And I think if you can achieve that, and it will have a positive compounding effect, where it's a much easier struggle to organize and reconstitute the Africa that we want, the Africa that is much more at peace with itself, much more united with itself, and then the world would just adjust to that, as opposed to right now where we're trying to fight the world to be just nice to us, but meanwhile internally we are struggling to connect with each other, to respect each other, to value each other, to have peace with each other. To me, if you can achieve that, I think you have to do it at a unit level, at an individual level, and then that is the next level is the family level, right?
Yes.
The family, and then that those things are so powerful, because individual agency and then community agency are the powers that we haven't yet been able to organize to be able to take on the challenges that we face as a nation, as a continent. And I think, and harnessing that requires peace, a peace of mind, and love, compassion, care, and some degree of recognition of our humanity for each other. And that being achieved at the family, you know, I mean, I'm all for it, and I'm wholeheartedly for that. And I know you're going to succeed in achieving that agenda.
Thank you, brothers. I really do appreciate the words, because after this week I wasn't sure how things were. I wasn't really sure about myself and how things went and so on. So
Yes.
I can't say how much I appreciate your words and your support and everything. This has been a great learning experience for me as well, because I had to actually also challenge my beliefs too, because I can't say I'm not just saying, oh, do this. I'm also learning, because I don't have all the answers, nobody. Yeah. So this has been great for me as well. And I will say
Tanzan, one thing people, it's always easy to forget. There's a difference between what and why and how. The what and why is so easy to really to get to. Our mind can get to the what and why quickly. What it cannot grasp is the how. How is so different. How to get there is so different. Like the operationalization of something is so much different. So you clear on your agenda. You know where you want to go and how but why you want to do it. Why is that important? But how to get there is so difficult. What I suggest to people, just take it one step at a time. Only the steps that you see, it should be something that you worry about. The how. I see 5 steps ahead of me, okay? And those are the things that you should worry about. The rest, forget. If you are somebody spiritual, like I am, and many of you are, then the 5 steps that you see and the million steps that you don't see, leave that to the God and Almighty to figure out. And only worry about the choices that you have to make in that step. So I have a week. Next week I have a show to do. I know that show is happening. I'm just gonna worry about what I need to do for that show, and then what I need to learn from that show, what I need to advance in that show. How much closer am I gonna be to the what and why, to the vision, to the agenda? How much closer? If it's like an inch closer, that's more than enough for me. And then I move on to the next thing, and then I move on to the next, so that you're not burdened by the kind of, because how it's because you go through winds, you go through turbulence, you go through smooth, you go through climbs and downs. That's how goes out, and it has a tendency to make you forget what ultimately where you're gonna go, but it's good to really create that buffer between the two.
Very, very well said. Oh, wow. You guys have given me so many gems of knowledge. I'll have to listen to this again, and just, that will help me also prepare for the next program. So that, this is why we need each other. We need everybody's input, everybody's ideas, and we build each other. That's how we grow. Nobody can grow alone. Nobody can, learn alone. You need people, and this is something that we as people, as human, we're forgetting that this need for other people. We want to be by ourselves. We want to be alone and independent and all that. That's good, and it has its place, but we are social creatures. We are a family unit. We are dependent, and we are, we need each other. I think at the end of the day, that's That's the overall message. We need each other, and people need us. That's another thing too that we don't realize, that people need us. Most of the time when people want to be alone, they don't realize that you may have something that sharing it with somebody will actually make their lives better. People need you as much as you need them. People need you to share information. People need you to share your experiences, good or bad, your travels,
Yes.
BJ, your thoughts, your experiences, your life. So I think we sometimes we downplay that when we try to be so much ourselves and individualistic. So I do need.
It's so easy. It's so easy to be delusional for a human being. It's an easy thing because our mind is such a capable entity for delusion. It's delusional in that, it's like, because we create stuff, right? I can create some art, I can create some food, I can create something, right? I can turn something, I can create history. It's so easy to misconstrue that as being godlike, if it's not like being a god. Even though we don't, nobody would say, I never said I'm God, but at the subconscious and the deeper conscious level, a subconscious level, we tend to exercise and entertain that delusion, and we struggle. And that's one of the reasons why I push for humanizing education. The reason I push education should be about humanizing is not to tell you, you humanity, you human. No, it's to let you see how far your agency can take you.
Yes.
Your agency has power in terms of helping you advance certain things. But your agency also has limits. Henceforth, you have to go after creating community agencies. That's why you go out. My agency tells me I can have children, right? But on my own, I cannot have my child. So I have created a community agency, right? With another person, okay, who can bear my child for me. And that is the moment where you realize of your humanity. Like you have agency enough to generate some DNA that can be transferred.
Not even and to say the humanity, I would say your human unity. Because you're human, but you need that unity. You cannot be human alone. So
you cannot be human alone. Yeah.
Yes.
So the delusion is what we like, the delusion of sometimes really misunderstanding our power, misunderstanding. That's what pushes us into individualism and excessive individualism. But that delusion also is what we need to fight sometimes. In order to fight that, we need to recognize that we have limitations. Not only power, but also that power has limitations.
Yes.
And absolutely. That limitation, where you reach that limitation, is where you stretch out your hands and your thoughts and your feelings and your emotions and your ideas, so that you can bring in others that don't have your limitations. And then you create that unity of that unified sense of agency that comes together. And also when, and then when we have to come together, then we have to have rules. And those rules is not something new. We haven't just all of a sudden human beings realize we have to come together. Human beings have realized this since the day they were incepted, they were created. So we have to come up with rules, and those rules is what we do. That rules, they were rules once, and then they become traditions over time. They become culture over time. So we forget the basic fundamental reason why those rules exist. And that's why one of the reasons that we need to be educated about our traditions. So when we discuss polygamy, we're not saying let's reinstate polygamy, or we're not saying let's say no to polygamy. We're saying why do we have? Yes. And then understanding that allows us to understand where the genesis of those things are. And then understanding the genesis is where you can generate the wisdom and the insight you need. Because wisdom is more like being able to see how it connects with the future. And this is my interpretation of it. But insight is the one where you can say, this is how we can implement it in our context now.
That's very well said. Very well said. Insight and wisdom.
Yeah.
And, because, to add on to what you're saying about the rules, we have forgotten a lot of the rules, but at the same time, I always remember that we are the future ancestors. We are the ones who are writing the rules for,
Yes.
the next generation, and they will be having these conversations, 200, 300 years after us, long after they don't even know who we are, but
Yeah.
this will be important to them. Why did we come to these conclusions? Why did we make the decisions that we made? So we have to justify not just to ourselves, but to the people who are coming. This is why these rules were, put, all these practices were put into place. So we owe even, our future descendants that, because we are, the future ancestors. So that responsibility carries a lot of weight in it, because we are responsible. Our decisions are not just ours, they're actually going to affect a lot of people, just like our practices are not just ours, they were made by people a long, long time ago. So we have to question those people, just like we will be questioned by the future people.
You can have an entire show, maybe multiple shows on the ancestor thing, like how each community, each nation has some degree of importance they place on ancestors, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's a perfect way to look at it. You are an ancestor to someone else who's going to be ahead of you, right? But you also are looking at an ancestor that may have seen that they will be ancestor or not at some point. But some, like in the case of the United States, they look at their founding fathers, right, and the foundation of this country, and to an extent it defines the traditions of this country, because the ancestors, the way they've set it up, kind of thing, like the ancestral things. There's a degree to which they pay homage to it. Europeans do, the degree to which they pay homage to it. Africans place ancestors in a different way, and we pay homage to it. But I think understanding the traditions behind ancestors, and then when I studied a little bit of the ontology, African ontology, it kept on coming up. Ancestral things, ancestor. The ancestor thing becomes such a very, like, especially for African traditional things, our ancestors like this, our ancestors this, our ancestors this. And I don't know if it's as pronounced nowadays in the modern world, but it's a very powerful instrument of social construct. So it'll be interesting to really cover in African traditions what we place, what we mean by ancestors, and where it comes from, and really like learning from it and seeing it as a kind of a source of knowledge, an area of knowledge, an area of wisdom, an area of insight. So yeah. Thank you for that. You were supposed to go earlier. I'm sure you had something else to do.
No, it was worth it. Just this last moment has been just humbling. I don't know what to say. I'll have to just sit back and meditate and really think deep and hard about what you all said, and how we can make things the best for everybody, and make this a powerful statement.
Yes.
We have the responsibility. I feel that we're responsible for taking this opportunity and making the best of it, and making it something that we can be proud of to present to the future generations, that we gave it our best try. We took everything, we examined it, we turned every stone upside down, and we wanted to find the best stones to make the building and the social foundation.
Yes.
So, yes.
Incredible. Yeah. Tanzan, you are onto something. Don't forget that. You have an incredible agenda to fulfill, and we are behind you on that. And just want you to feel like you own a space, and so
you're really there. And I think you're gonna rewind this part.
Yes, for sure,
it's like
absolutely.
From 3 hour, just a note, 3 hour 32. So you can rewind it from there, and there goes the agenda.
Yes.
So you don't have to look for it all over. I don't know how long we're gonna be on this live.
I will definitely. I will have to listen to it several times over, because I am
Trust me,
feeling
like
too
I think
much.
to me, like Tanzan, more than anybody else, you just need to listen to yourself. You're already telling yourself the right things. It's like what you say to yourself is already right. It just navigating to where you want to be. That's the treacherous part, but the navigation part is the treacherous part because there's no clear map of how to get there. Nobody is gonna have a map of getting to the right place. It's just you just know the right place. So trust me, you're going to be fine listening to just yourself, and then us playing the role of catalysts, and not the ones who do the work for you or who take credit for you or credit with you, but the ones who happen to be there, that that chair you sat on to contemplate, but the chair doesn't take credit for the things that you contemplate. But it was sufficiently powerful enough, sufficiently useful enough for you to have that moment of rest that you needed to contemplate. But the things you contemplate is the thing that matters. The thing that you think about, the thing that you believe, the thing you care about, the thing that define who you are. And that which that you are burdened with by your creator for you to propagate and promote and grow and show to others, that is the thing that is ultimately that's the power. That's where your power lies. So and as you're not infinitely powerful in that space, but you're powerful enough to know that that's your responsibility, and you are in the right place for that. And listen to yourself as much, if not more, than anybody else, because what you tell yourself internally is the right thing already. Why is it like it's not a counseling session? It's not supposed to be a counseling session. It's just like I'm just hearing something. It's my instinct that is triggered, as somebody like who has done this many times, coaching people and mentoring people.
No, I really needed to hear this.
But
I
I
really
just want.
did.
It's always important to recognize that's why I say always recognize your humanity, meaning that your agency and the limit of it. Listen to your voices, because if you were to listen to God and God is telling you something, it would probably not be through me that is going to tell you that. The easiest way God would tell you something is through the very own instrument that He has put in you, the conduit through which you can connect with God, the spiritual, the physical, the metaphysical instrument through which you are plugged into. And so the quickest way to get it, so my job is to tell you that that's the case. And so because if you listen to yourself, if you pay attention to what's going on inside you, what is emerging out of you, chances are it's not going to be like a Hitler kind of voice. Destroy this and eliminate this. That's not. So there's no need to fear the voice that's coming from inside, because it's not going to be the voice of distraction. It's the voice of creation. It's the voice of peace and love and compassion, and it's going to have its own kind of way of manifesting by itself in different ways and shape. But listen to that, and trust me, it works. And when I listen to you, that's what I hear. I hear something I want to hear. I hear something I want to learn from. And I hear a struggle that I can actually relate with and I can connect with. I can see your humanity to it. So it's like so you're good.
Thank you. I can't even say enough. I'm just in awe. I'm humbled. I'm humbled and proudly humbled. With, a contradiction of terms, but that's how I feel right now. Because when you say about the how, especially when I may have the vision of what I want to do, and then I don't feel like I have achieved it. That frustrates me sometimes to that extent that I feel like I have let myself down, because you're going towards a goal, but yet you keep going, on the side, or you're not quite getting there how you want. So it does mean a lot to me, the words that you have said. And I know you don't just say, casually. I know this is not just flattery and just, feel goodery and all that. I know that you really do mean it, and yeah, and we want the best for each other. We want to build each other up, and I found that here that we're working together. We're not in competition. We actually give the example that we're trying to to promote. So
yes, exactly. I think to me, another thing that I do and that works for me is it really like they are fuel to my drive. These challenges, so like if something is like if a stone is thrown at me, right? Or a stone is placed in my way, it's a roadblock. Maybe it's something that I can use it to jump over something or to accelerate. So they can be used as accelerators to where you want to go. So the nature of moving toward your destiny is that you get up and walk toward it or run toward it to the extent you're able to do. But once in a while, you get offered a treadmill or an escalator or a car or a plane or a kind of a prop or something that allows you to jump something, jump 1 or 2, 3 steps ahead. You still know that your destination, but you can. There are moments where those things, but they present themselves in manners that are not necessarily obviously okay. Oh, this is your plane to get in there faster. No, they don't present themselves like that. They present themselves in challenges. So don't feel like you have been taken aside. Feel like you are being given the opportunity to learn new instruments, new tools that lies within you that helps you understand these occurrences, events, these challenges that comes along the way as a way of propelling yourself forward. So because that's the way it is. That's why like when I think about going somewhere, and it's something that I've learned after doing so many things. I've learned so many things over time that I think about the concept and the vision, but I never deeply set myself on how I get there. So that as I am if I can think of 2 steps ahead, I'll think of if I can't think of it, I will think about it and I'll plan it. But at the same time, I have rooms for a possibility of if I am in the second step and there are new opportunities emerge that I didn't think about when I first thought about the how, that I'm willing to just abandon the third step and just jump into that. Because that allows you that flex, because I don't care about the how to get there. As long as it doesn't harm me or harm others, basic rules, I don't care about the stepping stone necessary to get there. But like for me, like I can give you an example. I want the United Africa, a Pan-Africanist. I've always been a Pan-Africanist, but I'm always on the lookout on how, what is the possibility of advancing, and that lookout, just me looking out and looking for ways, is the thing that brought me to the One Africa, to the Swahili nation. It was an accident, but an accident that I'm always looking for. Like I didn't plan it 10 years ago that I'll be in this platform. But when it presents itself, I'm ready to take it up. That's how sometimes the how unfolds. As the how unfolds, some part of the how doesn't really reveal itself until you get to it. And so by not being too really rigid about being that flexible, then allows you to really navigate it without having to have that too much skin into it. And so you can attach yourself as long as it succeeds. Okay, you are on that bicycle and riding, and if you think they're about to fall off from it, it's better to jump off that bike before you actually fall off.
Yes.
Because who cares? The bike is not you. Let go of the bike and then jump off and start walking. Maybe walking is slower than the bike, but that's sometimes the how is like that. It presents itself like that. So really be willing. Like sometimes, you're just on 100-year journey. That's your house that you've picked up. But along the 100-year journey, 10 years into it, 20 years into it, a catalyst moment will come in, and then you take advantage of it. Because you're not stuck on the 100-year journey. Oh no, I've said this for my 100 years, and I'm not gonna. No, if something pops in along the way that will make that 100 years cut it by half, I'm just gonna abandon it quickly and move on to that. And yes, it's not something that is like sometimes it's hard to reconcile it. Yeah, but that's the thing. So we have to always look for ways when we're thinking about how to get to where we want to get. We have to be very flexible and open to all possibilities. What I call all of the above possibilities, and all of the above. And one of the options is option infinite, option A, B, C, D, Z, and then there's an infinity sign, and next to it is an infinity. Any possibility, any infinite possibilities that present themselves, because that's the way the universe is organized. That's the way God has organized the universe. So why should I be stuck with just one method? Because because the method is not my goal. It's where I want to go, what I want to achieve. Because achieving unity, peace, love for Africa is much more compelling than how I'm gonna achieve it. So one of the things that you have to learn as you go along is being flexible on how, so that you don't feel burdened by it. So when you get stuck, and you could just say, oh, maybe it's not working anymore. Maybe I should adjust a little bit here. Maybe there's something I need to learn here. I need to get up and learn about myself to adjust and adapt to this. That kind of possibility has to always be part of the equation for you.
And I appreciate, all of you co-hosts and, co-panelists. I wouldn't, like you said, it's not just one person doing it alone. It's all connected, with the traditions. It's connected. You're always talking about education. That's connected, to the politics. That's connected to, everything is connected together. There's no one without the other. There's no economics without education, and so on. So, and also just a quick, not a quick, I wanted it to be longer, but I just wanted to appreciate, all the people in the comment section too, as well, because we don't take you for granted at all. We don't want, like, I know how difficult it is to just be put on the spot and you're just talking almost to yourself. But when you know that there are people listening, it gives you that motivation, that inspiration to keep talking, actually, to keep going, and to say, okay, I may be talking to myself, but I know that somebody is listening. I know that Sam is always there listening. I know BJ Riggs is there, Jonathan, everybody, Marie Antoinette. I know that you're there, you're listening, and you support us. So this is why we keep doing this, because we know that the people who are, it's like a musician. A musician, if you had all the talent in the world, but nobody was there to listen to your music, even if you still believed in that music, after a while, it would be very discouraging to keep singing when nobody is listening or dancing or doing all these things. And you don't need everybody to listen. Just those few people who still, even if it's once in a while, we know that, time is precious, just like money is precious. And for you guys to be here with us and consistently and joining us whenever you can, it's not a small thing. And we do appreciate all of you. So thank you so much. And then, Jonathan, thank you. Biggie, education surfaces, because education is not just about school. Life is an education. From the time you're born, you're always learning. You can learn in school, you can learn in life, or you can, you can learn about yourself. So it doesn't end, and everything that we talk about is connected. My agenda is not different from, Biggie's. It's not different from Dr. Beneza. It's not different from Mundatezi, although he's still going to be the devil's advocate. But I think our goal is still
Actually, yeah, I came here to actually also make a request on the show. I
Yes,
don't
go
know.
ahead.
I
Go
know,
ahead,
Pastor
Mr.
Ezra,
Tezi.
you've really looked over my comment. I've seen it. Yeah, but I'm here to say it. You should also look at the. Let me read my comment.
Oh yes, I saw the one about divorce. Yes, I know.
Also,
Yeah, we will dedicate. We should dedicate a whole show just to your advocacy.
yeah, this is actually people. Divorce is not a foreign tradition. It's also part of African tradition, and we should, I know we should not demonize it because a huge chunk of the population is actually divorced.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
what are you telling them? So this is what I'm saying. Like, this is also part of our tradition, and we should also talk about it not like as if it's a plague or something. Like,
No.
we should also
I
talk
think
about
it's almost like the idea of polygamy too. Some people might not like it, but if it existed, then it means there was a reason for it. So whether good or bad, there were reasons for it. And sometimes, men and women, they can get together, and sometimes the differences they can go apart. And then people for many reasons they do disagree. But even in those disagreements, how did we handle those disagreements? If people could not be together, you can't force people to live under the same house if they do not want to be. Marriage is a voluntary arrangement after all. So if you're willing to be together, that means that you also have the choice to be apart. So no, that's
I think
fair enough.
nothing under the sky should be left. Everything and all should be a point of discussion.
Yes,
Because
absolutely.
all of that is created by us.
Mm-hmm.
We organized and created them. Be it divorce, polygamy, monogamy, or any gamy.
Yes.
Is all a human construct, and all human constructs must always be checked and tested and to see if they are relevant, if there's value to them. And then if you don't interrogate, you cannot find a way to make any sense out of it. You can't just dilly-dally about it and let it and pretend it doesn't exist. It does exist.
Yeah.
And people
Because
go
even
through
if
them.
you want peace, we have to acknowledge the reality and the possibility of war. And then even in that war, what were the rules to the war? What were the rules for reconciliation? And if that was not possible, what was what was done about it? So there were rules to everything, not just living peacefully, but also living apart peacefully. So yeah, I definitely agree. That's a good subject for conversation and a very valid one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yes, Mundotezi. See, we're not against a disagreement.
I just came to make my point.
Okay.
But the thing about the beauty of having Mandatazi is that there are always these things that you end up kind of ignoring, you're forgetting when you are making your point because you're so focused on making that point. But what I love about Mandatazi is that he comes in and then makes you think the things that are important that you've kind of slightly ignored or forgotten, or maybe they're not in your radar. It's like,
yes.
No, these things should also be in your radar. I mean, you have to think about this. What about this part? What about this part? And I think that kind of advocacy is important so that you become thorough in your interrogation. The thoroughness of your interrogation becomes much more complete. And I think you need that kind of, and that's what I love about it. And it's always
also, I know he always goes on about this.
It's always been Mondoteti's MO. Always, since the very first day I had it, it's always been that. And it's one of the things I love about it.
Yes.
Having Mandatazi in our platform here is just keeping us all on our toe, making sure
consistently challenging.
Yes, being the devil's advocate. You need that devil's. I don't know if you can call it. Sometimes you need angels need advocate too.
Yeah, I think so.
Why
angels
only
also advocate?
Just advocate for everything. For inclusion of all.
And I know that he's always against the romanticization of our culture and tradition, and that's also something that we have to guard against. And that's why we have to look at even the not so beautiful aspects of it, And that's why last week we also talked about this whole domestic violence and our attitudes towards it, because we were not perfect. It's also a danger sometimes in making humans into gods. Even our ancestors, they were just humans like us. They were trying to answer the same questions that we were dealing with. They came up with the answers that they felt that was best for them in their situation, in their time, in their experience and knowledge. But that does not mean that what they said was the final answer to everything. We as humans, we keep evolving, circumstances change, things change. And so we have to face the future and reality as it is now. We can take, what was given to us, but we can't just sit back and say, okay, well, they figured out everything, or now we don't have to think at all, and we just move on. And that's a dangerous way to also think about it. One thing that I love about African tradition and the oral part of it is that it was always open to change. It was always open to being adaptable and to looking at things from what works now and what doesn't work, and what can we take and what can we leave. So let's maintain that aspect of it, that we still still have the right to interrogate everything that was there before us, because we know that we'll be subjected to the same cross examination by the future. They will ask us also, they'll ask themselves, why did we come to these conclusions that we came to now? And we have to thoroughly look at everything in all aspects, good and bad. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I agree with you. Actually, when I don't know, I think was it before last week, when I was researching the topic about morality and talking about religion in Africa.
Mhm.
I really am really actually this topic. I really enjoy researching these topics. You really learn a lot about Africa and learn about actually about everything about just it's a lot of learning.
Yes.
So when I was researching, I was actually looking about religion, and we talked about, I think, Tanzania, you were there. We talked about how religion from in Africans came from did not wait morality in Africa came from within, not from religion.
Yes.
And it was detected, and it was religion conforming to African morality, especially to the specific society.
Yes.
And that's why we had like good gods and bad gods. That thing really hit me. Like I really, like that would probably be a life changing, because I'll probably be saying it 10 years from now or something. But what are you even now found out? We're talking about domestic violence and other things. I feel like they should be. I don't know, Tanzania. I'm giving you just requests, because
I'm taking all into consideration. I've actually been writing my notes and taking what everybody is saying, and yeah, I'm going to.
No, okay. I was supposed to. Okay, I'm not taking notes. Maybe I should also be taking notes. I didn't know we were taking notes.
I mean, when you think about the hidden hands, right? We talk about the hidden hands, right? Like, you're from hidden. Like, it's so easy to focus so much on the actors, those with power and the means, those actors, and forget about or ignore the 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 hidden handedness of culture and tradition, and how they pervade our way of thinking, our way of seeing the world, and the lenses through which it kind of dictates and dictates our, like for example, the way we've internalized morality has its own. I know it's a broad definition of hidden hand, probably, but it does have that kind of the invisible hands that impact.
That's where I actually got it from. That's where I actually got it from. Actually, from the. I was not thinking about the actors. I was thinking about. I think I don't know. Is it Adam Smith who came up with the invisible? Yeah, that was
The
what
invisible
actually.
hands.
It was just I just gave it the hidden hand. Just it's a renaming, but because I'm just using maybe African context on it. But that was really what I was I was really going for. I was looking for the forces,
The
the
forces,
hidden forces
the hidden
that
forces.
makes us do what we do.
And then they play a lot. Like, to me, like, one of the reasons why I believe this is one of the reasons why Africa is poor is not necessarily just a concoction and conspiracy to keep Africa poor. It's also a sense of acceptance to the kind of pain and to the kind of tolerance and acceptance of that. I think that has been passed on to us through generational knowledge. Like you should tolerate poverty is part of being has a humbling power, and if you pursue riches, you're gonna go you might have to submit to the bad and the good gods. All of those things do play a part, and at subconscious level define our social psychology, not just individual psychology but also social psychology. And those are powerful component. I mean, I'm hinting at theory here. I'm not hinting at fact here. I'm just theorizing here. But I think there's a lot to play. So the interplay and the interconnectedness of these different shows taking place throughout the week is just profound, really profound. Like, I could be talking about African traditions in the hidden hand, and I could be talking about education in African traditions. I could be talking about diaspora in the hidden hand section. So that interconnectedness is so powerful, so profound. And the more we elaborate on it, the more we would discover the connection between, and then even take more advantage of it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. Also, let me put my suggestion to my sister Tanzan. My suggestion was maybe you should maybe do a series or a show depending on the time of, on African gods, and both good and evil go, because when you talked about why we do what we do, sometimes when we talking about morality, I think 2 weeks ago when I was doing
You
that
know
show.
what, Mundetezi, let me interrupt you and give you another counter suggestion. On this topic, I think that it's one of those that we should swap programs. You have way more. I think you would handle this a lot more in depth. Firstly, because you have done the research, you have studied it, and I think your perspective would be the best one when it comes to this. So one show that I'll hand over to you, it would be the morality and traditions, when it comes to religions. I think I could even interview you, and you can tell us more about it, in terms of that concept. Yeah.
Okay. When we're thinking about the education philosophy for the school I was building, we looked at African ontology, and I shared a visual picture of it once, and Pastor Ezra, His Excellency, has that visual, and it's interesting how ancestors, gods, living things of now, particularly humans, and phenomenon things, how they categorize them. African ontologists who are studying them, who studying African history of this, they've done a very good job of really uncovering some of them, at least to the extent they can. I don't know if you know the author called John Mbeki.
Yes,
I don't know I forgot how to spell his name. There's I think he's a Ugandan originally, but he has a book on African ontology. It's one of those books so historic in terms of anybody who's trying to understand African history. That is, African history is not like the way Europeans, kind of like have distinctions and create silos, or political history, economic history. African history, African stories are so bundled together. Morality within, with ancestral perspective within, with medicine, traditional medicine, or even what you call spiritual leaders and priests together within, and And all of these things, phenomenon, like extra phenomenon, normal phenomenon, things weaved into it. There's a huge part of it that is like so out there, but it still informed the African people. It just most people are not conscious about them. They inform us. They at the subconscious level, they have been passed on to us through generations, to a point where even colonial era hasn't completely eradicated from our system. And that's why we have this sense of kind of like like in some way we reject the world. Africans tend to reject the way the world is as the way the Western is. Yeah, to some extent, those of us educated in the West, we have agreed to it, but there's an aspect of us that's always rejecting, even though why we don't know exactly sometimes why we reject. But I think uncovering all of this, hidden stuff, I think it was definitely be an incredible assignment that Mondetezi is more than capable. It probably is much more suitable to accomplish. But I don't want to give anyone any assignments. It's not for me to do. But
no, I do.
Yeah.
I'll give him that one. I'll give him that one, and I feel that he's probably most capable on speaking on the subject. I would actually have more questions for you. I'm actually curious to know more about what your research has produced. So either you can do it on your show as the hidden hand, or you can come up and do an episode of traditions. But yeah, I think we should do something on that sort. And you know what? You're very right about this rejection of reality. You really put it in a very apt term. We do have a tendency of just rejecting reality. We are faced with something and we just don't want it to be, or we just don't acknowledge it. So we need to really look into that in more detail. Yeah. It's very strange.
No, I mean, if you look at the detailed data, so like, part of the reason why isn't African economy as robust as it should be, right? There's a certain kind of imposition of an economy and a style of economy that is strange, in some way strange to Africa. In some way, we know how to be part of it, because in some way it connects with our humanity. There's some humanity that is threaded across this planet. So in some way we accept it, but in some way we reject it. We, like, for example, because the definition of the modern world of definition of what is economy is exploitations. Exploit this, exploit that, exploit this, exploit, exploitation of resources, exploitation. But in some way, somehow, either at subconscious level, we tend to find a way to reject it. So we are not as crazy exploiters as the rest of the world is. Hence, the kind of consequence it has on the kind of material poverty that we face in. But when we say material poverty is as a perspective from an outsider, but from an African perspective, who is actually judged to be materially poor, do they actually see it as material poverty, or do they see it as a rejection of the imposition of pursuit for material well-being? So? Where is the nexus going on? Where is the intersection of these different kind of things going on? But and then from the perspective of the African person, at the subconscious level, that means they are not fully aware of it, but they might not be able to verbalize it, or maybe they are aware of it, but they are not able to verbalize it, or they are able to verbalize it and they are aware of it, but there's some degree of rejection from the education system to the economy to technology to ideas to perspective. There's rejections after rejections across the continent in some ways, in some form. But where does that come from? Nobody has taken really a stab at it. And to me, that's why I'm fascinated in these two shows, because you guys will have a platform to really dig in and really understand and really interrogate where those things are coming from. Are they so that we don't diagnose them based on what we wish to diagnose them, but we diagnose them based on what is real, what is reality.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have that responsibility. Yeah, we're looking at things like we said in the earlier brutal truths. We're not looking to confirm our feelings and our emotions, because those are there. Sometimes you may feel one way, but reality is something else. So you have to adjust your feelings to reality, and
Yes.
I think that would do us much more benefit than just trying to paint this rosy picture. We have to take the good and the bad, and we have to take what works, and yeah. So I definitely agree with that. And also, and even in that, we might find some good things that we didn't even know that we had. We always assume that if we look too deep, that we're just going to find ugliness. But sometimes when you start looking at things, we find that we actually knew a lot more than we did. We were still ignorant about some things, but we also find some gems of wisdom that we hadn't really considered, and that they're still relevant for this world. So yeah, I do.
I mean, to add to that, Tanzan, to add to that point, I have a sense, at least theoretically, that in order for us to construct a blueprint, an economic, a social, a political blueprint suitable and fit for Africa, this is the process. This is the exorcism that we have to go through.
Yes.
So we have to exorcise it, and we have to exercise something. And I think, like, by understanding the context, the conditions that pervades and prevails over vast majority of Africans, from historical implication to current conditions, right?
Yes.
By understanding that, then when you're thinking about like how to construct an economic organizations, so then we can redefine exploitations to suit the conditions of Africans' perspective, the mind of Africa, even the mind that the African person doesn't have the ability to articulate, but lives it. A lot of the time we live it more than we articulate it. So by going through this interrogation, we are setting the stage for coming up with actually an architecture of economy, society, and sociology, and culture, laws, and regulations, all of those things that are really commensurate to the state and the conditions. And then it's like like the basic biology, for those of you with science, the enzyme that is suitable for the kind of protein that's, if it's really properly aligned, it unlocks that protein, right? If it's not properly aligned, it cannot catalyze it, right? So knowing exactly the conditions of the shape and form of that protein, then you can determine what is the kind of catalyst that you need. So if we say we can be like top, like, I think the policymakers of now and leaders, let them exercise all sort of like trial and errors, but we're not burdened by implementing something that works and not works, because we're not in that space of action where we are assigned the responsibility and accountability. Our accountability is to the ideas. So we are flexible enough to really venture out into the depth of it, even if there's nothing to be found. We say, oh, there's nothing to be found here. It's just an illusion. And then you can get out and move to the next thing.
Yeah. I can't add anything more to it. I think you all said it all, and I'll definitely, re-listen to this. I have been taking notes, but I always I want to listen again, and because sometimes even when you do, the things that I always need to go back to and re-listen. So I will be doing that again.
Yeah, I think Pastor Ezra, Dr. K, does he want to come in, or?
I'm not sure. He said he wanted to come in, and we have put the link in, but he might have left before he saw it, so I'm not sure. Yeah. But yeah, Jonathan says the hyena giving birth is a great example of an African anthology that shows that there was once an African state of understanding the world. Yeah, and
You know what it is? Do you guys have it? I know what the Ethiopian perspective is, but
what is it?
so when it's raining and the sun shines, and Ethiopia says we say, "Oh, a hyena is giving birth."
Yes, we do too. That's why I was telling you at the time that no, you guys copied that from us, and
No, it's not that we copied from us. That we were once interconnected, so interconnected. Ideas like that are
yes,
pervasive.
yes,
It's
Yeah,
just that,
actually, guys, you should look at the something called the Pillars of Truth.
yes,
I
the
don't know if you've
pillars
ever
of
heard of
truth.
them.
I've never heard of it.
They're a bunch of rocks, but found all over East Africa. Actually, I don't know. I think probably even further.
Oh,
And they are arranged in such a way that they match a specific constellation. So, which they are theorized that those used to be like compasses.
Oh wow!
oh, there's some in southern part of Ethiopia. There's some there, some of that kind
Yeah,
of
they're also in
pillar.
Kenya, they're in Tanzania. I don't know if
And then
they.
even the pyramids are similar to that. You know the pyramids. So there's a network. So sometimes in trying to understand history, it's like we have to really fill in a lot of the gaps in between, because history doesn't, even when it's not being played with, even when it's not tampered with, is by its nature, especially long lost histories, by their nature they tend not to give out the secret. So you have to really use your mind that you have right now to really fill in the gap that you have. And it's like,
Yeah, imagine.
there
Let me
has to
just
be
give you another one. Imagine in the future, right? Somebody comes across, the different shows, that we're having, and somebody gets, the education, and somebody gets the hidden hand, and somebody gets. So to them, they're looking at this as, five different aspects of, different things, but they would get the whole thing if they put it all together and they looked at it as, fingers of one hand. So maybe
Yes.
that's what we're dealing with. We're looking at puzzle pieces that people may have thought, oh, this is just one aspect and it's independent of anything else. But if you actually look together and put everything together, then we'll see the bigger picture. So, yeah.
I mean, it's not really like, I would say it's not really outside the realm of possibility that, let's say, the Africa of, let's say, 800 years ago, or the Africa of 2,000 years ago, or the Africa of 5,000 years ago were probably like 3 or 4 like conglomerates of powers, centers of power that are some way and somehow interrelated and traded, because all the indications are that that's the case. The kind of things that are so much, sometimes it's so puzzling and so like, scary to really.
It is that Jonathan really threw me for a loop with that one, because I didn't think that anybody outside, the small area, and this is not something that was written in books. This was not something that was studied or, taught in schools. It was just something that you were saying, and people just said it, and that was that. So to find that it was also existed somewhere else, it's amazing to me. So
I mean, when I see, let's say, the Ga people in Ghana, a small tribe in Ghana, okay, Ga, they celebrate their New Year in September. September is their New Year. And I'm like, in Ethiopia, we've been celebrating New Year at the beginning of September.
Oh, wow.
Every year.
I didn't know that.
I'm sure the Ga people will not be able to tell you or trace it all the way.
Right. Right.
And then I'm sure an Ethiopia will say, oh, the Ga people probably migrated from Ethiopia. But that's not necessarily the history. The actual history might not be that. But the actual history could be that the interconnectedness of, and how connection between African countries and African people were defined in those times, in the context of their time, much more dynamically They're much more dynamic, probably much more multi-directional than one-directional. Right? Does that make sense? So to me, like, it's one of the things that we need to do, really study. Like, I wish Africa spends a good deal of money and archaeologists and historians to really look at the artifacts and really look at the stories that are pervading across Africa and really kind of connect the dots. And with that connection of the dots, must be part of the process of really reconstituting the kind of Africa that really, really, truly represent Africans.
Yes. And takes the full picture into account.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, wow, this was a lot of intellectual food that has to be digested.
Yes. That's a good one. It's a good one. Hey, Pastor Ezra, sorry, we're really sorry for taking over your show. And he's such a nice person, he let us.
Yeah, he probably went for some more wisdom.
Yeah, actually, Pro, you made actually a very interesting point about looking at the interconnectivity of Africa. Sometimes we like what Tanzan just noticed about the hyena and the rain and the sun. Sometimes only us we can see some things that nobody, no outside archaeologists can see, right? Because so, and even here sometimes I just looked at it right now in here, like the pillars of truth, like here in East Africa, we have like matching seasons, like from Ethiopia all down to Tanzania. We have like matching rainy seasons, harvest. I've seen Jonathan say harvest months. I'm sure they were matching, right? I don't think they're that different from each other. So I don't know. Sometimes we can also be the guys here in One Africa, or was it in SNN? Even with the small evidence we get here online or in our own small research, we can probably come up with even our own findings or our own interesting revelations, like just to see how interconnected we are.
Yeah. Well, I think that's such an easy assignment to do because you've lived it, right? Like, as soon as you say the pillars of truth, I just remember there were pillars somewhere in southern Ethiopia, okay? And I never thought of them as pillars of it, but they're so resembled to what you're describing. So then there must be connection between that and probably. Do you know about the Great Zimbabwe areas, right? The Great Zimbabwe empires.
Yeah,
I know that's the top line, but when you actually go into details, you find all these pillars that you're talking about in that space too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we might have been just one whole some sort of, I don't know. It might have been a very interesting civilization during those days.
Yes.
Or we are looked at as living as different tribes.
I suspect they were like probably 3 to 4 regions of centers of power for the purpose of organization and administration, where centers of power, where power is vested, centralized or something, but not in the way the Western mind thinks of power centralized, like the way the Malian Empire become the kind of like the focal point of the West, so like, so you have that kind of like so nation states as we think about, which is a modern state, the way we think about right now, didn't exist a few hundred years back. There was nothing like nation states. They were much more flexible, much more fluid boundaries and borders.
Yeah, and for sure we were trading, right? And so there must have been trade routes.
Yeah, look at fufu, for example. Fufu, like the food fufu, from Senegal all the way to Sudan. And I know there's a type of fufu in Ethiopia as well, different from the way the Western Africa concept of fufu, right? And you got, you got the injera that comes in from different type of injera. Like not all injera is the same, but you get from like you go to like in Kenya and East Africa, it's more like chapati kind of like injera, right? More the flatbread kind of thing. That flatbread technology, you can imagine that flatbread, and then you go to you go a little bit north, the different kind of seedlings are used for making it, so different kind of process. But there's that kind of connectedness in terms of food. You go to Southern Africa. I mean, when I was in Ghana, and we used to do like this African, because it's an African school from different African. So we used to have this African food day, and sometimes I just like there's so much in common with so many African countries than there is with that you normally think there is. Like the Liberian version of some kind of food is so similar to some kind of Yoruba type, even though there's huge distance in between them. And I'm like, how? So I'll be interested to investigate and really like nail them down.
Yeah. Well, really interesting stuff. Actually, this is actually a good discussion. And I'm writing notes now. By the
Yeah, I didn't even know about those, pillars or stones. I really honestly didn't. This is new to me.
Yeah. There's actually also I don't know if I know we know the Great Zimbabwe, the fortress. Is it the fortress?
Yeah, that one I know. Yeah.
There's actually another one in Migori, in Kenya.
Really?
Actually,
Well.
Yeah. But they say that one was built during a war. I don't know. I've not the war of Mogori between what that is now I think between the Kipsigis and the Kisii and the Luo people. I don't. I think there was something going on there because there are different versions of that story.
And I think to me it was Africans were probably migrating much more mobile. The migration stuff was much more mobile.
Yeah.
And then one of the indication is how religion moves around. Like how religion has moved across the continent so easily. And it is a testament of that. There's so many things that because the way you look at history is so easy to depend on written documentations. But sometimes if you are somebody who really a history buff like that I am, you have to learn to fill in the gaps. Like what is missing. So you see Islam has spread across Africa, and this happened in the 10th century. And in the 11th century, and 8th century, 9th century, you have to ask yourself, I mean, what carried it across? It's not all war that carried it across Africa. So it must have been, there were people who were just moving from one area to another area, and then having to convince somebody this is a better religion than whatever you're following right now. And so to me, that is an indication. Usually what is not being written down for you, what is missing parts, sometimes it's just you have to extrapolate based on some really logical flows that you have to fill in between to say, okay, must have been an element of trade and an interconnectedness of trade that makes it so important for people to move from one place to another place. And that is the thing. And then you realize later on slavery was born out of it. And then you realize, okay, somebody must have figured out a huge potential for human, the huge number of humans, Black people out there that could be taken advantage of. So there's that kind of, so the historical understanding of what's going on only tells you that Africa was much more closer than it appears, at least in recent memories. And so.
Yeah, if you also look at the distribution of tribes.
Yeah.
And if you look at East Africa, you can look at the Nandi is it the Kalenjin or Nandi? We used to think they owned in Kenya, right? Then we found out, oh no, they're in Uganda too, and they're also in Tanzania. So we find that and it's not like these are they're in pockets. We find so that what does that mean? That means that it's not like as if they're like one full region. They are found in pockets. The same with the Luo. They even pockets of Luo in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
So you find. So they must have been. There just has to be. There must have been some sort of common administration of some sort of civilization that we're just not. I don't know what's happening with our anthropologists and our architects. I don't know.
Yeah, but because there's not enough of it. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. It takes because when you have to look at history, like you're not only looking at the evidence that exists, like that has been left for you by the actors of history. You have to look at existing data that you have. Like you have to look at the spread of, let's say, a tribe that spreads across multiple continents, multiple countries, multiple jurisdictions. That's it's an input to your analysis of history. It's not so historians. So and then we don't have enough of them to do those things. We just have very few bold and courageous people, but it requires a lot of resource to really nail it down. And so, I mean, countries, African countries, must be should be devoting huge sum of money, and not that like a massive amount of money, but enough amount of resource, sufficient enough for researchers to be confident enough to go and do this kind of studies. And I know in Ethiopia, different governments have done some work. I know during Mengistu's time, he was so concerned about understanding all these different cultures. So they would send in like experts. So they will go to the Borana people in southern Ethiopia. And these experts, they speak the language. They probably have an Oromo background, but they're not necessarily Borana people. So they will study and document it. So you go to the Ministry of Culture, there's a documentation of the Mursi people, the Gambella people, or the Tigray, maybe there are 2-3, or the Erobe people, the Agao people. So there's some work was done by the government, but wasn't done in a more robustly, but it was done some way. But I think you could do 10 times more than that, where you spend the interconnected of the Oromos, the Boranas that are also in northern part of Kenya, and the Somalis who are in northern part of Kenya that have distinctly different conditions, a different perspective, but they also distinctly, in some ways, they are also interrelated to Somalis in Ethiopia and Somalis in Kenya. And that kind of study, that understanding of it, will be very critical for really rebuilding the Africa that you want. And it becomes easier to come up with a blueprint for that, or an architecture for bringing those two together. Because if you don't understand this, you're just gonna run into it because you just have not given the due amount to study it.
Yeah. I think. Yeah. I hope somebody takes it up. I really do hope somebody really takes it up.
And in regards to bringing back our heritage, we do focus on a lot of the our pieces and all that are in other libraries outside of Africa, but we forget too that we do have libraries, human libraries within the continent, and unfortunately many of them are passing away with that knowledge. But like you said, let's go back and find there's still a lot of oral wisdom that is still in the minds of our working elders and elders, or people who still had that connection to the past. And we haven't really taken full advantage of that, even though some of it has been taken away outside in terms of physical artifacts. We still have the human beings who still have that knowledge within them, and we should try to gather as much of it as possible in our lifetime. And the other thing is, whenever we talk about divide and conquer, usually we mean, this tribe against this tribe. But you guys brought a good point that it wasn't just tribe versus tribe. It was actually done within tribes, that tribes were actually divided into separate tribes, by national borders. So that's also another, traumatic experience that we haven't really come to terms with, that they actually divided, brother against brother, that, from now on, let's say the Maasai, you guys are in this country and you people are in this country, but yet you see your brother from, the other side of the fence, but, it's like you can't talk. So
you have to have a passport to go watch.
Yes, imagine that. That
Meet
you
your
need
cousin.
a document to go see your brother from across, that you used to live with together and all that. So there's a lot, and that also comes with what you're saying about the denial of or rejection of reality. There's a lot that we haven't really come to terms with, and we haven't really tackled both emotionally and culturally. So yeah.
The thing is, like, that's one of the reasons why we reject.
What?
Like one of the reasons, like, we reject is because our history,
Yes.
our understanding of ourselves is not exactly what it is on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So policymakers think Africa is like this, or their country is like this. So they come up with a policy assuming this is what it is, and they put it on the ground, and they say, oh, but they don't want to go to school. African people, they don't want to go to school. They send their kids to school and they drop out. There's too much dropout. What we need to do to stop dropout? Oh, let's come up with lunch program. And then they come up with lunch program, and then nobody's like, get the lunch and they get out of the school. So we tend to come up with, I think it affects us because it's like we are, because we are not coming up with a governance system, a governance framework that is suitable, that really, let's say, what is as opposed to what we wish it is. Mm-hmm. So we assume that Africans all want jobs, and they say let's become industrialized and spend very little kind of resources that we have creating industry zones, blah blah, manufacturing. But we run into a situation where, one, the African is not interested in manufacturing the way a Vietnamese is interested in manufacturing. The mind of an African is slightly, maybe even more than slightly differentiated from, because their experience, their history, their perspective, whether they are conscious of it, whether they verbalize it or not, that's something else. It's just not, that is not suitable for the kind of the mindset of manufacturing and industrialization of the West or the East. So hence we end up saying, okay, but we're creating opportunities, but they don't know, you're not taking it up.
Mm-hmm.
So we always run into these policy fallacies where we assume it works for the Koreans, and because it worked for Koreans, it must work for the Kenyans.
Mm-hmm.
And then we implement, it fails, and we start blaming things, and then it leads to all sort of, like, gatekeepers and corruptions and trickery, and the game of the economy of tricksters becomes the only thing, the predominant thing that overruns the continent of Africa. And that's I think that's part of the reason why we struggle, where we just are not doing suitable to us. And I say to myself, like Ethiopia, why pursue manufacturing and industry so vehemently when you're naturally not predisposed for the manufacturing and industry? We're not industrious the way Vietnamese people are. We are industrious in something else, but not in the way Vietnamese or Bangladesh people are. So why focus so much on, like, oh, let's spend $2 billion creating industry zones, but only to end up using only 23 or 25 or 30% of the capacity? Maybe that's all we can get out of them. Maybe we should spend money to get just the 30% of what we should get, and then focus on the rest, on whatever else is important and valuable for the people. Sometimes for the people might be something else. So I think those are the issues that we're running into. So reconstructing Africa in the image of real Africa, and the way Africa is, whether it's spoken or not, is the thing that I usually propose. And that's why I'm pushing for an education system that reflects that more. Because then the emergent actors and leaders are much more in tune and attuned to the conditions and the prevailing conditions, the prevailing mindset, and the prevailing culture that can be then whatever you build on will be built on top of that. Then it has a much higher success or a much higher chance of succeeding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Actually, I was when I was on the African. Going back to that morality thing that we were doing that day, 1 week before, I think the way it was looking like Africa had actually achieved a utilitarian society, or what is it called, a utopia, where people people were focused on, as what you're talking about, being humane, or humanity.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw something that was dangerous, because we were now vulnerable. That's the thing that that's the like I think that was like a fatal flaw of being utilitarian, is that now you are vulnerable to outside, because the outside now, because in a society where people are focused on humanity, then we tend. I saw that there were no weaponizations and things like that weren't really a huge deal. So it becomes, or other sorts of interesting tactics that the Westerners had. I think there is a fatal flaw. All I'm just saying, I'm curious on what you think about that. What do you think about?
The history of the Aksumite Empire?
Not in detail.
So it's an empire, I think, that was pre-BC a little bit, few hundred years, and then up to the 7th century, one of the most powerful empire that governed its power range all the way to Southern Arabia, and was one of the 4 powerful empires at the time. I think Persia and Aksumites, Rome, and I think it was China at the time, at some point, at the peak of it. And I had over 30,000 navy. And so just to give you just an idea of it, now it's completely gone and disappeared. Only few artifacts left of it. I think somewhere along the way collapsed. But when the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, when they were being persecuted in Saudi Arabia and in Mecca, I think in Mecca or Medina, I don't know if I can. He kind of say, you go to the land of Habasha, and the king there is known for being just and kind and will give you asylum. And so that kind of so from that, he can extrapolate that there was a notion that they were known for a place of asylum. So the Jewish have come to Ethiopia, running from persecution from the Middle East. And also the Muslims have come to Ethiopia running. There was a sense at the time, but there was a place of justice, a place where you could be given a possibility. So when I dug in a little bit and tried to understand that empire, they had a philosophy called humanist philosophy, where they believe at the heart of everything, at the end of everything, we are all human, that kind of thing. But with the very interesting thing is that they had the trade, but they also had the military. So they were not pushovers. They could not be pushed around. They were empires, with powerful trade and connections across the world, where, if you eat Ethiopian food, has spices and flavors that goes all the way to Asia, India, and then that is indication of that connection that was built in those days. And their coins and their money, their coinage was very advanced in terms of how it, you can find their coins in Persia and all over the place. But the point is that So just to answer to Mondates, there was a point, I think, at least in some way. I'm not saying this is a set of fact that answers your point, but I think there's a point where you could be human and humane, and there's a point where there's also a point where you could limit that, where you say, like, if push comes to push, and then I have a muscle to stand up for what I believe and to push back and to defend what I believe. That kind of this thing. So that kind of attitude is what prevails all the way through many, many, many generations of Ethiopians. So when you think about Ethiopians are like, we're very divided like every African country, but when it comes to the notion of Ethiopia, that nationhood, that statehood, that history that we have, we tend to like say no, like kind of like from this docile, gentle, kind, welcoming to this really like vicious kind of lion that wants to eat you. So there's a story. I will end this with a story where one time the emperor was visiting America, and a New York Times journalist asked him. I'm paraphrasing here, and I could be corrected on this one. And I asked him, "How do you define Ethiopia and Ethiopianness or Ethiopianism?" And the emperor would say, the last emperor would say, okay, Ethiopian is defined as humility and pride. Pride and humility. I'm like, and then journalists were like, aren't those contradictory? Don't those two things contradict? Yeah, they're contradictory. But only an Ethiopian can actually live with that contradictions. And like, how does that happen? Okay, you come to Ethiopia, you come to a family, you come to a farmer, and then you are a guest. That family will leave their bed, will leave, even if they have to leave their home for you, they will leave their home for you. They will give you all their food to host you, and they will sleep on the floor, and they will give you their bed. And they will eat dirt, and you eat the food. That's how humble they are. But if you try to take their wife, if you try to take his wife, try to take his children, and try to take his land, and it will all of a sudden turn into a lion and eat you up. So that kind of like, I don't know if this like it's an exaggeration. Obviously, these are political point of views. There's political tinge to it, and they're not always accurate historical depiction of a country, a community, a country. And I'm not gonna come and stand here and tell you this is exactly what the truth was, but it kind of gives you a hint that it is possible to be human and be a lion, be gentle and be firm, be just and be warlike. And I think it's a possibility that I think, like, Africans at some points probably have had it, but just didn't follow it. Sorry, like I want to add this story, and it was a story I read from the book called The Ghost of King Leopold. And probably some
3
of you...
minutes.
Okay.
Pastor Ezra has given us the
Okay. I will finish with this one. And I think this is a story of incredible African resilience that we should look to. There was an empire. There was a republic in the middle of the equatorial forest in the Congo that had the three functions of executive that the West has, which is the executive, the legislation, and the judiciary. And they had a very robust system of military and intelligence and deception that kept them from being found. And King Leopold was so angry that he couldn't find them. He was so determined to find them. It took him 10 years to find them. And the story goes in that book that once he found them, he just couldn't wait, decimated, destroyed it, so that nobody will ever find it in history, kind of thing. So we've had there are many instances of historical points where we've managed to combine the humanity and humaneness with a degree of firmness and justness. And I think deception and being deceived is the thing that comes in between, where we lose track of these essential values, and we get deceived and then fall prey to our false narrative and false truths, and then end up just losing yourself in the process.
I agree. I would say maybe for the last one says that we figured out, how to live civilly and in peace with each other and our neighbors, but we really underestimated that the rules that we were playing by was not the same rules that the rest of the world had. So, we still haven't realized that how we treated them is not necessarily the same way that they would treat us. For example, when you talk about the Ethiopian king who welcomed the fleeing people, I don't know if they would have returned the favor. And if you look at the present reality, it's obvious that they don't. So sometimes also, even though it's not that we were so much as weak or suckers, but we also always maybe assumed too much that other people would follow the same rules as us. But they had different rules, different experiences. So maybe that was a little bit maybe our naivety to some extent. So maybe, yeah. Wandatezi, Pastor Ezra, in closing.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay. Now, Tanzania opened a whole new discussion now.
Exactly. So, but I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay, I would say anything. We'll leave that one for the next one. There's still tomorrow is another day, and next week is also another week. So let's have written notes so we can go from there. But yeah.
Okay. Let me not. Now it's like an itch that you can't scratch. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay. Let me just let's not push Pastor Ezra.
Yes, we have been. See, that this is what you're talking about, taking hospitality. You'll let somebody, you'll give up your seat for somebody, you'll be hospitable to them. But yeah, so let's not take his wife as well.
So, Pastor Ezra, we're waiting for you to
wrap it up.
Yeah, family. Thank you guys for joining us, and thank you for being here. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for your insight, and thank you, everyone who's joined us tonight. Please do not forget to subscribe. Do not forget to like our page, One Africa page, and again, obviously, subscribe to Swahili Nation if you've not subscribed. Turn on the notification icon and be part of this family. And again, join Biggie tomorrow or today. For those who are in Africa and Asia, it's already a Saturday morning. But those who are in the US, tomorrow, 9 p.m. East African time, the Diaspora Talk with Biggie. Yeah. So, but for tonight, we're gonna wrap up. It's gonna be shalom from us, and I'm just gonna close in prayer. And I'm still looking for another show, for another topic. But anyway, thank you, Heavenly Father, for this night that you've blessed us with. Thank you for the strength. Thank you for the knowledge. Thank you for the presence of everyone who's joined us. Until we meet again, we pray for we pray for protection. We pray for provision. We pray, Lord, that you open new doors for each and every one of us. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, family.
Thank you, Pastor Ezra. Thank you.
And we'll see each other again sometime soon.
Tomorrow or today.
today.
Yes, today/tomorrow.
Yeah.
Peace, everyone.
Peace. So for those who didn't subscribe, please do not forget to subscribe to Swahili Nation. Do not forget to subscribe to One Africa channel. So yeah, until we meet again, it's shalom from my side.